Hello. How are you? So good to see you. Good to see you. How you doing? Hanging in there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here.
Yes. Here. Barely alive.
Yep.
Oh, thank you. I love yellow. How'd you know?
You brought those up for the team.
Welcome to the opening event of the U.S. Center at COP27. Please take your seats as we will soon begin our program. Thank you. Please take your seats as we are about to begin. If you're standing in the aisle between the Israel pavilion and ours, you have to move over to the plant and high top table sections. The aisle needs to be cleared. Thank you. Welcome to the opening event of the U.S. Center at COP27. We will begin this event with a message from the Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Hurricanes are getting stronger, wildfires are spreading faster, sea levels are rising. Let's make no mistake, there is a climate crisis, and the United States is committed to acting now and acting together. Because the truth is, our world is more interconnected and interdependent than ever before. And the only way to combat this climate crisis is together.
The climate crisis is an unprecedented global challenge. That also makes it a powerful opportunity for the world to work together like never before. The United States is committed to leading on this issue by building on our closest partnerships and creating lasting new ones. We're working with other countries to raise our climate ambitions during this critical decade for action. If we succeed, we will build a healthier, more secure, more equitable, and more sustainable global community and protect this magnificent planet that we share.
It's simple. We need immediate, sustained, and robust action to reach net zero emissions by 2050. And that means by the end of this decade, we need reliable, affordable, clean energy that reaches the most populated valleys and the remotest mountains, across the hottest deserts and the coldest tundra. The Department of Energy is working with counterparts around the world who embrace bold, innovative ideas. Together, we can scale renewable energy, we can commercialize carbon capture, make batteries more affordable, and make clean hydrogen market-ready.
In the United States, transportation is the single largest contributor of greenhouse gas emissions. But that also means it can be a big part of the solution. The Department of Transportation is positioning America to drive the future of electric vehicles. We're working toward an ambitious new target. By 2030, half of all new vehicles sold should be zero emission. We need every country, along with the private sector, to work together to create the transportation sector of tomorrow, from our waters to our roads to our skies. And this is just the beginning.
We have an undeniable obligation to our children and future generations. The Department of the Interior is committed to protecting our lands, waters, and resources, to enacting ambitious climate policies to lift marginalized communities around the world. We have unleashed a whole-of-government response to tackle the climate crisis and will continue to push for conservation that restores balance to lands, animals, plants, waters, and all things that sustain life.
The Department of Commerce is working hard to bolster technological innovation, a critical factor in achieving a net zero climate resilient economy. Working together with the private sector, we can drive clean technology innovation forward. The economic benefits of bold climate action are enormous. They'll generate millions of good-paying jobs and better technology for communities around the world.
The climate crisis is already impacting agriculture and aquaculture around the world and threatening global food security. With increasing numbers of storms, droughts, floods, heat waves, and devastating wildfires, We need to act now to protect our crops and the farmers and fishers who bring food to our table. The U.S. Department of Agriculture is committed to tackling this crisis head on, and together we can build more sustainable and resilient food systems around the world.
Climate change is here and hitting countries hard. The United States Agency for International Development helps countries develop drought-resistant seeds and resilient infrastructure to withstand a changing climate. We partner with the private sector to invest in green energy to cut global emissions, and we race to save lives after climate shocks occur. As our climate changes, America's commitment to helping those in need does not waver.
The climate crisis knows no borders, and neither does the pollution that causes it. The Environmental Protection Agency is taking bold action to limit the pollutants that cause climate change, from vehicles to appliances, and we're just getting started. We have a long road ahead, but together we can create a healthier planet for people around the world.
Generations from now, I believe that we will be able to look back on this moment as the moment when our world joined together to combat the climate crisis, to protect our planet, and to build a better future for all of us. Let's get to work.
Please welcome to the stage the United States Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? That sounds awful. How are you? All right, fantastic. I am really privileged to be able to welcome all of you on behalf of President Biden, Vice President Harris, who you heard from, and Secretary Blinken. As you could tell from that video, President Biden is all in. And this is an all-of-government effort with every single department, every agency, a task force, which John Podesta, who you'll hear from a little later, is managing. So we have brought everybody that can help make a difference in the United States to the table. And President Biden, frankly, has offered more initiatives and leadership and effort on this than we've ever seen, historic level. And the difference that the Inflation Reduction Act, with its tens of billions of dollars that will supplement efforts around the country, is extraordinary. And I think President Biden deserves your thank you, your applause as we open this center for achieving that. This is the official launch of our center, which, as you can see, can't quite hold everybody. Purposefully doesn't have four walls so that everybody can look in, see what we're doing, and share in these events. We're going to be hosting dozens of events here at the center. And when we finish with the opening, Mike Bloomberg will be here, and I'll have the pleasure of introducing him later on. But first of all, folks, I want to say a few words about the center and about what we're going to be doing here. And by the way, thousands of more people will be joining us online from the United States and elsewhere around the world. So, look, it is obvious that this challenge is as significant a challenge as human beings have ever faced. And ironically, it's a challenge that human beings are contributing to in its level of challenge and have created in the first place, because of the way we have chosen to propel our vehicles, to heat our homes, to light our facilities. It's our choice. And now everybody understands it is time for us to make a different choice, which is responsible to future generations all around this planet. Mother Nature has been pretty busy sending us a message after message after message. And the reality is that climate crisis doesn't just threaten infrastructure or threaten our economy or threaten our security. It threatens every single aspect of our lives on a daily basis. We suffered in the United States, and I'm not picking on us because a lot of people suffered worse, but we had 15 $1 billion weather events last year, which eclipsed the 10 or so billion dollar events we'd had previously. And for your own eyes, you can see this on a daily basis. Record levels of fires in Australia, Russia, Europe, the United States, Africa. I mean, we're seeing what is happening every single day. Floods, Pakistan, 30 million people affected on one single day. That's a weather event, historic levels. And the intensity of the storms, my friends, is not just, a natural event that is happening because Mother Nature decided I'm going to ramp it up. It's happening because we contribute to the intensity of those storms. How? Because 90% of the heating of the planet goes into the ocean. And the ocean warms. And when it warms, more moisture rises. And then it travels and more moisture drops. So literally, what we choose to do in this interconnectedness, it is an ecosystem. And system is a word that has meaning. Every part is connected to another part. So we see today a crisis growing. And the reality is that we can only resolve this crisis, all of us working together. We need every nation at the table. And I'm pleased to tell you that the United States is working at President Biden's direction with our diplomacy, our climate diplomacy. All around the world, we're reaching out to countries. And every day we are working to try to ensure that climate ambition is reached appropriately to the levels, not that we discern. This is not a President Biden conjured up political exercise. It's not an ideological thing. Everything we're choosing to do, my friends, we're choosing to do based on science, based on mathematics and physics, which is the fundamentals of what is happening, with some biology, obviously, and chemistry kicked in. So if you respect science and facts, we are compelled to move with greater speed, with greater sense of urgency, and with greater ambition. We are approaching COP27 with a view that, yes, it is an implementation COP, and we want that measurement. But it's also a ... plus COP, implementation plus. And the plus is that we can't get to achieve our goals of net zero 2050 unless all countries are contributing to the best of their ability in amounts that meet the Paris alignment and meet the goal of net zero. And that requires us to enhance our efforts. Why? Because in 2018, the world's best scientists said to us, all of us, without politics, you have 12 years within which to make the key decisions in order to avoid the worst consequences of the climate crisis. Note, they didn't say in order to avoid the crisis, to avoid the worst consequences. And that requires us to hold the Earth's temperature at 1.5 degrees, a science-based, science-driven target. So, we need to implement not only the goals that countries have already made in Glasgow, where 65% of global GDP came together with real plans that actually keep 1.5 degrees alive. But if you have 65% in, that means you have 35% out. And in Glasgow, it was decided that that other 35% needs to step up with raised NDCs, with raised ambition. And that is what we hope to see happen here in the course of Sharm el-Sheikh. We will work with over 190 parties, the most complicated form of diplomacy, the vast multilateral effort, but we've proven in Paris we can do it. We've proven in Glasgow we can do it, and we're going to do it here in Sharm el-Sheikh. We will come together. And we will enhance cooperation on reduction of emissions, on adaptation, on climate finance, on technology development, on loss and damage, and other parts of the Paris Agreement and the Glasgow Climate Pact. For our part, we have arrived here able to show that we are implementing a plan that does keep 1.5 degrees alive. So it's doable. And we are going to show that we have the ability to tackle the climate crisis with those steps necessary to achieve that goal. The Inflation Reduction Act, my friends, that President Biden proposed and finally, after incredible patience, succeeded in passing, is one of the most single important pieces of legislation in the last 50 years or so. And it's going to have profound impact, not just for the United States of America, but all around the world. People will benefit from the technology breakthroughs which we will share, and they will benefit from the advances that we will make in our ability to be able to reduce emissions and help developing countries. And we will deliver on those commitments. We also happily saw the United States Senate pass and send on to the President the Kigali Agreement, which alone, it was 10 years in the making. It has the ability to be able to lower the Earth's temperature right by 0.2 degrees. It's recognizing that that's one of the most destructive greenhouse gases. And I was in Kigali. I was privileged to lead our delegation there. And I'm proud to tell you that now the President of the United States has signed it, and it has gone to New York to be filed, and the United States is on record as living by the Kigali Agreement. Now, we recognize, and President Biden has talked about this many times, and I know we'll talk about it when he's here on the 11th. The President is deeply committed. I know it's in his gut, because I've worked with him on the Foreign Relations Committee for years, and he is deeply committed to making certain that we, the developed countries, we, the largest economy in the world, the second largest emitter, have a special responsibility to less developed nations, to the third world, to the South, and we need to do and will do what is necessary to help make sure that this is a just transition. That is imperative for everybody. President Biden has already pledged to quadruple the high point of what President Obama had put in terms of finance, and it's in by 2024, and we believe this amount of money is critical to the less developed world to be able to join in this effort. And so I'm pleased to tell you that his 2023 budget request, a year ahead of time, would effectively achieve the goal 1 year before was promised. Now today's election day in the United States. And our hope is obviously that the United States will be able to have a Congress that puts the budget up. But even if we don't, folks, President Biden is more determined than ever to continue what we're doing. And most of what we're doing cannot be changed by anybody else who comes along, because much of it has to do with working with the private sector, with the marketplace. And the marketplace has made its decision to do what we need to do to respond to the climate crisis. So we look forward to engaging with folks in every walk of life from every country here. We will stand up and operationalize the new Santiago network, and we are going to identify and strengthen the ecosystem of international institutions so that we can be responsive to the issue of loss and damage. And beyond the U.S. federal government, my friends, there are a lot of other people who are leading the way, and you're going to hear about that a bit with Mike Bloomberg. But our states and our cities, even when Donald Trump pulled out of the Paris Agreement, even then, we had a movement across our country of states and cities that said, Donald Trump may have pulled out, but we're still in. The American people stayed in. And 37 states had laws called renewable portfolio laws. Those states continued to move towards the Paris Agreement. And 1,000 cities, the mayors of every big city in America stood up and continued to go forward to implement the Paris Agreement. So in the end, President Trump stood alone while the American people said, we're going to continue to honor the Paris Agreement. And while that happened, more than 75% of the new electricity in the United States that came online came from renewables, even under Donald Trump. I believe that he obviously didn't know it was happening. And if he had, he would have tried to stop it. But he can't do that now, and I hope not. So, folks, over the next couple of weeks, this center is going to bring together leaders from all across sectors of our economy. And all of you, by being here today, are evidencing your commitment to helping make this happen. What will really make this happen is going to be citizen accountability of the public process. But remember something. No government in the world has enough money to be able to effect this transition at the speed we need without bringing the private sector to the table. We need trillions of dollars. We can get that, and we can get it by cooperating and working together and unleashing the power of the multilateral development banks and bring ourselves together. So you're going to see many of the people you saw in the video will be here in person. You'll have an opportunity to interact. You will be able to go to events as long as you want. You can just camp here, folks. You don't have to go anywhere else. And you'll have a very fruitful COP at Sharm el-Sheikh. So it's my pleasure. There's a person I want to introduce to you. He's been given enormous responsibility by the president to manage the domestic and overall coordination of our climate efforts. He is a veteran of so many roles where he's had impact in the governing of the United States, a special journey that he's had with several presidents, and now President Biden has asked him to come in and help bring the measure of his experience and ability to this task. Join me in welcoming the Senior Advisor to the President of the United States, John Podesta.
He's a lot taller than I am. One more time for Secretary Kerry. What an amazing man, what an amazing leader. It's wonderful to be with all of you at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh to open the U.S. Center. I want to thank our Egyptian hopes, and I also want to take a moment to thank all the U.S. personnel who put together this amazing exhibit program and all the work that's gone into the things we're going to be announcing here in the at this exhibit. Over the next 2 weeks, this center will host hundreds of meetings and events on everything from the latest findings on climate science to how the United States is tackling global food and water security. And you all know this, but from his first day in office, President Biden and Vice President Harris have been committed to tackling the climate crisis and restoring America's leadership and as a global partner to address this crisis. In August, President Biden signed into law the single most ambitious piece of climate legislation in U.S. history. The Inflation Reduction Act invests some $370 billion in transforming the American economy to be powered by clean energy sources, from the power grid to the transportation system to the industrial base. It will do more than any other law in American history to build clean energy economy and to combat climate change. And it answers a question posed by many at Glasgow. Yes, the United States is and will remain on a strong path to achieve President Biden's ambitious climate goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 50 to 52% below 2005 levels by 2030 and to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. That's not only good news for the United States, it's good news for our allies and partners, and it's good news for the fate of the planet. Thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act and the investments in the earlier bipartisan infrastructure law and the CHIPS and Science Act, the United States, still the world's second largest gas emitter, greenhouse gas emitter, as Secretary Kerry noted, is going to do our part to lead the global community in the fight against climate change and to keep 1.5 degrees within reach. What that means in real terms is that we're going to put a lot of people to work to build a lot of clean energy, clean transportation, clean buildings, and clean manufacturing over the next decades. Hundreds of millions more solar panels, tens of thousands more wind turbines, thousands of grid-scale battery plants and energy storage, miles upon miles of transmission infrastructure, including interconnections to bring clean electricity to homes and businesses, new climate-resilient infrastructure built to withstand the impacts of extreme weather and climate disasters, a national network of charging infrastructure for electric vehicles, vast new networks to generate and move the clean hydrogen we need to power low-carbon industry, and viable carbon capture and sequestration solutions for hard-to-reach sectors and processes, a robust supply chain for developing, manufacturing, and shipping low-carbon materials to go into constructing, repairing, and retrofitting our transportation, infrastructure, homes, buildings, and schools. All that work is going to help bring down the costs of all the kind of technologies that are critical for building a clean energy economy in the U.S., but critical to building those clean energy economies all over the world. Thanks to these new investments in clean energy research and development, including in America's national labs, we're going to drive innovation and discover the next generation of clean energy solution the world needs to tackle this challenge. We'll be able to take the lessons learned from the United States and apply and adapt them to help other countries go further, faster to deploy clean energy solutions and build climate resilience. The Inflation Reduction Act is about more than clean energy technologies, though. It's going to make unprecedented investments in climate-smart agriculture and nature-based solutions to the climate crisis. Nature-based solutions provide huge opportunities for both mitigation and adaptation. Conserving and restoring forests, employing sustainable and climate-smart agricultural products, reducing methane from agricultural and meat production, restoring coral reefs and coastal wetlands, even planting trees in urban environments. All of these actions can and do make a difference both to sequester carbon and to protect communities from worsening environmental impacts due to climate change. But we aren't doing nearly enough, not nearly enough, to advance nature-based climate solutions. In the United States, we're only achieving about 1/3 of the mitigation that nature makes possible. That's why today we are releasing a first-of-its-kind report to the National Climate Task Force and a national roadmap for nature-based solutions to climate change, answering a call President Biden issued on Earth Day of this year. The roadmap makes the case of why nature-based solutions can and should be the first choice for supporting climate mitigation, adaptation, and resilience, and sets out an ambitious path forward to include nature-based solutions in federal infrastructure programs, capture the full power of nature-based cost-benefit analysis, and build the workforce that we need, particularly amongst young people, to deploy nature-based solutions. You'll get to hear more about the Nature-Based Solutions Report and Roadmap later in the program, but we hope other nations will join the United States in advancing nature-based solutions to climate change through policy change and investments in your countries, and together we will mobilize the resources necessary to make this a global phenomenon. You may have noticed I'm kind of an old guy. I've been working on clean energy and climate policy for a long time, but I take energy from the young people who are fighting for a just and sustainable future. I'm more optimistic today about our ability to make real the promises of that clean energy future we've been talking about for decades. Thanks to President Biden's leadership and the landmark laws passed by Congress, the United States has the policies and the resources we need to do our part. So for all of you, those of you who helped make that happen, thank you, thank you, thank you.
And now, to highlight the role NASA plays in addressing the climate crisis and working with international partners, here is a message from the International Space Station.
Hello from the International Space Station. I'm NASA astronaut Frank Ruby. When I look down from 260 miles above our planet, it is clear how interconnected we all are. NASA does quite a bit of work to monitor and observe Earth and the effects of climate change. We gather data about sea levels and ocean temperatures, global surface temperatures, Arctic sea ice, and extreme weather events. Here on the International Space Station, NASA has 7 Earth science instruments, all providing significant insight into our planet and the effects of climate change. This information helps people around the world prepare and plan for the future. Thank you for taking the time to tackle this important topic so that future generations can continue to enjoy the beauty, wonder, and diversity of our amazing home.
Implementing climate solutions for all of America, please welcome back to the stage Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry.
They caught me flat-footed. This session, we're now transitioning, if you haven't felt the transition, I want you to feel it, into the next session, which is focused on the importance of all of society approach to the challenge of climate crisis. Frankly, no one has been more impassioned or more visionary on this than our next speaker, UN Special Envoy for Climate Ambition and Solutions for the UN, Mike Bloomberg. Mike, hold on one second, then you can go crazy, okay? I just want you to know that he has played a very quiet but critical role behind the scenes. One of his initiatives, which has had profound impact in America, is closing down and transitioning out of coal. And he put together an initiative to do that, which has really been integral to shifting our power base from 500 plus coal plants that he has now transitioned, and there are about 100 left, but they're going to transition. By 2030, folks, we will be coal-free. We will not be using coal in our power sector. So Mike Bloomberg has been a pathfinder with respect to that effort, and for years, since his days as mayor of New York City, he's championed cities, the critical role of cities and subnational entities to be able to affect policy and make a difference where and when a federal government might not decide to do so. I'm pleased to announce that the United States State Department and the Bloomberg Philanthropies are together supporting the launch of a new effort to take subnational climate action up to the next level. And this new initiative, known as the Subnational Climate Action Leaders Exchange, and if you're hung up on acronyms like everybody is in government, that's SCALE, but they are going to support cities, states, and regions in the development and implementation of net zero policy. And they're going to help to change our entire approach, frankly. It's going to begin with a focus on accelerating implementation of global methane pledge. We have an amazing effort taking place with countries, more than 122 of them, committing to reduce methane. And if we achieve a 30% reduction in methane by 2030, it's the equivalent of every single automobile, every single truck, every single airplane, every single ship in the world going to zero by 2030. That's a big deal. And that's part of what Mike Bloomberg is going to undertake with this effort. So, my friends, Bloomberg Philanthropies has committed to match the State Department's funding and we're deeply grateful for that, and a joint $3 million contribution towards the management and implementation is going to take place. And I want to acknowledge and thank the Global Methane Hub for their work, because they're going to soon be making an important announcement of a certain number of millions of dollars to the C40, which are the cities, the 40 major cities committed. So with appreciation, my friends, and thanks for all that he has done, for all the inaction, I'm turning this over to the former mayor, to Mike Bloomberg.
This is up a little high, if you don't mind if I move it down. We have to get John some lessons in how to be expressive and enthusiastic. But he's learning, and I've been trying to work with him. And I'm not quite sure what it says if we match the State Department. Is that about us or them? But I'd never been compared to a federal government agency before, so I guess we should be happy. Anyways, John, thank you for your leadership and partnership on climate change, and for all of the work that you do to keep the rest of this administration working towards the goals that we set back in Paris. You really deserve an enormous amount of credit, and your enthusiasm is something that people catch. And if we really do manage to save the world, you're going to be right at the front of the line of who is responsible. So thank you. And it was fun meeting your daughter last night. So if I need a doctor, you can rush up and help me. Please do. I have to say it is much better having an administration committed to curbing climate change than one that didn't even acknowledge it existed. Not that that's going to stop us from making progress. While the federal government has many times been asleep at the wheel, we launched America's All In, and we brought together cities and states, businesses and universities, tribal nations and religious institutions. If you remember, during the Trump administration, they said they're pulling out of everything, and we said, no, that's not where the American public is, and that's not certainly where the private sector is. And so we, with lots of others, got together and said, we are going to replace the federal government, believe it or not, and we actually did. Together we showed the world that the American people remain committed to fighting climate change, and that we showed the world the power of bottom-up climate action by significantly reducing emissions across the United States. In fact, I think it's safe to say no major federal climate legislation, despite no major climate legislation, we did manage to cut national carbon emissions by more than 22%. Just think about that. This is what the private sector could do if we could get the power of the federal government to get on board and really focus and be as enthusiastic as John Kerry is about this, and I think as my foundation is, we could save the world. Now, thanks to the first major climate bill ever to pass Congress, which the Biden administration does deserve a lot of credit for, we are in a very strong position to take some very big new strides. The new federal law is doing something that we have called on Washington to do for many years, and that is making funding, incentives, and other support available to cities, states, and businesses to help them raise their ambitions and step up their investments. If you think about it, the place that we have to go to reduce our energy consumption is the cities, because energy is used by people. That's where people live. The pollution may come out of a plant that's hundreds of miles away from a city, but if you didn't need that energy, you wouldn't have that pollution. So mayors in particular are really a very important part of the chain that can make a difference. And we think this new partnership will help us do more than that in the U.S. and help to drive more bottoms-up collaborative progress in other countries around the world. America isn't perfect. America doesn't do the right thing every time, but we still are a role model for an awful lot of the world. We have an awful lot to be proud of, and we certainly should be the ones leading on climate change for two reasons. One, it would be great to save the world, but two, just for very selfish reasons. It'd be great to save the people that live in the United States. So whether you want to have a focus of world attention or local, this is something we have to focus on. After all, local leaders are the ones who turn global pledges into action, and methane from waste is a good example. It is a big driver of global change, but managing waste is a local issue, and we support and partnerships and along with national governments, cities, states, and businesses, that if they add up together, they really can make a big difference, and that's true of all the factors that contribute to climate change. And though America is all in, as we call this group, C40 and the Global Covenant of Mayors have all done a lot, and we've seen how much progress is possible when cities, states, and businesses take the lead and get the support that they need. And the faster we make progress, the more we'll improve public health, save lives, strengthen the economy, expand clean energy, and increase security. And as we've seen very clearly this year, energy is a critical national security issue. It's in the interest of all nations to develop their own clean energy systems, and cities, states, regions, and businesses can help pave the way forward and build a more peaceful and prosperous future for us and for our children and for our grandchildren. The future is within reach. The future is in our hands, however, and if we fumble this one, there's no second chance. You don't recall and run the play over again. So it's up to us to do the work, to get together, and you are the ones that can make it happen. Thank you all for coming. Just take this message home, and you just got to tell your neighbors and your friends and your family, we've got one shot to save this, and if we lose, it's cataclysmic. All the best. John, thank you.
Now please welcome to the stage Janiine Yazzie, Southwest Regional Director of NDN Collective.
I was trying to get a selfie first, but unfortunately I have to be out here on time. Yat'e, everyone. My name is Janiine Yazzie. I am from the Dene Nation in the Southwest United States. I currently work as the Southwest Regional Director for Indian Collective. And I've been a long-time climate rights, human rights, and land rights defender. And so this topic here about implementing climate solutions for all Americans is a very important one, a critical one for all of our communities across the United States. But it's one that cannot truly be done any justice if we do not acknowledge that part of the problem for why we are in the situation that we are in is because we are in a country that has been built upon and continues to benefit from the theft of indigenous peoples' lands, territories, and resources. And thank you. Times are changing, because before, when I used to say that, I used to get a lot of angry faces in the crowd. But we're in a time where people are more willing to acknowledge the territories of the indigenous people's lands that they occupy, where they know the names, so that always brings joy to my heart, because I grew up and when I was in high school, I couldn't tell people I was Native American, because people would ask me, do I live in a teepee or do I have a totem pole? And that ignorance has been damaging for so many generations and has persisted because of the endemic erasure of indigenous peoples and our lived histories and our lived narratives. But that's not possible anymore. Because in spaces like this, it has become clear that those who have been most successful at stewarding and protecting our world's biodiversity and the important ecosystem functions that they play for our survival are indigenous peoples. And so it's in working in places like this that we've managed to kick open the door and get our rights recognized and its holistic capacity. Not just our land rights and the importance of our land rights, but the importance of our cultural rights and our knowledge systems. Because these have what's been holding the keys, despite generations of challenges and waves of genocide and colonization, to enable us to continue the practices and lifeways and cultural values that can help inform how we restore the harmony that has been disrupted across our communities. It is not enough to have this conversation based on metrics dictated by concerns around GDP, are the impact to corporations and profits, are the ways that this impacts our forms of development. We have to center rights and community well-being if we are really going to develop the holistic solutions and approaches that are necessary to truly enable effective action for a just transition and a path forward for people and planet. We carry the lived experiences, the prayers, and the hopes of our communities. When we leave spaces like this, we do not have the luxury to decide whether or not we take action against climate change. We do not have the privilege to address climate change in a silo because we are living with the cumulative impacts of extractive industries, and that's what gives us the ability to present solutions that truly do work for all peoples and planet. Because we can't sit by and adopt solutions that are trying to convince us that things like nuclear power and nuclear energy are an acceptable transitional energy. I come from lands where our children are being born with uranium in their bodies because of the legacy of contamination from mines long closed but never recovered. We do not have the technology to clean up the mess that has already been made or to take that toxic poison out of the bodies of our children. And so we will not be convinced that there are safer and cleaner technologies to use these toxic materials and process uranium in a way that is safer for our communities. And in that way, we become protectors not just of our families and our communities, but of all communities. When we talk about a just transition from our cultural perspective, we think of it in its entirety. What has really gotten us here? What has really created the conditions and the systems that we are beholden to? Every single threat to indigenous peoples across this planet is a threat that is man-made. And that means we have the responsibility and the power to undo that. And when we talk about how to take this approach, we don't have to look very far. When indigenous peoples are allowed to lead and design the solutions, we start from the very question about what are the solutions for. And I can guarantee you 100% of the time, we do not start we don't start that conversation concerned about profits or how to maintain them. We talk about and start from the place of dreaming and envisioning and building hope for the future and the world that we want our unborn to inherit. And that's where we need to go. Because when we start from that perspective, we ask questions that get us to the root of consumption without talking about just transitioning from one energy form to another. We have to break our unsustainable dependency on energy production that makes us hostages to unsustainable systems. We are in a crisis. We've been in a crisis. And we are way past the time when it was necessary to take effective action. We are now in the period where we have to brace ourselves. So having these conversations the same way that they've been done, privileging private and corporate voices, privileging the voices and the direction and the vision of the powerful and the wealthy is no longer going to serve us. And so if we're serious about implementing climate solutions for all Americans, it starts by taking rights-based approaches to the development of those solutions, to understanding, protecting, and upholding the rights of indigenous peoples, to building tables of decision-making power that bring all vulnerable peoples to that table, including our people who live with disabilities, and centering their needs, their vision for our communities and our nation. And never will those visions come in conflict with the health, the rights, and the well-being of other peoples around them. And that's how we will get to where we need to go.
Now please welcome to the stage the Mayor of Des Moines, Iowa, Frank Cownie.
Hello, everybody. I'm Frank Cownie. I'm from Des Moines, Iowa, right in the middle of the United States of America. I'm proud to be here to represent not only the United States Conference of Mayors and the 1,400 members of that group, but also as the global president of ICLEI, and where we have nearly 3,000 members around the world who are all looking at fighting climate change and doing those things that are necessary. We are the leaders. We are the implementers. We are the ones that never gave up, as Secretary Kerry said. Even when some people said, we're out, not the mayors, we know what happens. Now, I got to tell you, the circumstances around the world are a little different. Whether they're in Miami, as I think about the United States, or Denver, Colorado, or Des Moines, Iowa. All the things that are happening around this country, around this world, we all have different circumstances. And that's part of what we do working with ICLEI. We look at circumstances, we look at where people live, what their resources are, what their impediments are, what are the things that they have to work on. And together, the local government analysis that has to be done looks different in so many different places. Here we are in Des Moines, Iowa, where as I represent that. Des Moines, Iowa is in the middle of the United States. People say, why in the world do we even care about that? I've got to tell you, we're seeing climate change in Des Moines, Iowa. June 18th. We saw 4 years ago, 10 inches of rain in 3.5 hours. Those are monsoons. That doesn't happen in Iowa. Yeah, it does. It did. As we talk to people, I learned a word, by the way, that many of you probably already know, derecho. I didn't know that was an inland kind of hurricane. We knew about tornadoes. We knew about those sorts of things. And all of a sudden we saw a storm that had 120 to 140 mile an hour winds coming through Des Moines, Iowa. And the devastation, the damage that it did, and the analysis now that we have to do to look at our infrastructure, to prepare and have resilience in our systems to continue supplying the needs of our citizens and the businesses. And those are the issues that we all have around this world, as we look at our circumstances. And we all have to work together. We have to, not only in the planning sector, but in the implementation. And the implementation often involves finance, because some of these things cost money. Who would have thought that in Des Moines, Iowa, we had to spend $100 million on levees, on those sorts of things. You would think that only happens around coastal cities. No, we're seeing that in inland places all around the country. But then again this year, even right now as we speak, the mighty Mississippi River that flows through the United States is at unbelievably low levels. We have to think about that. It's a different thought than flooding. This is about drought conditions. So as we try to analyze what's going on, where food systems are, where fresh water is, how we preserve our resources, how we plan for the future, not only for today, and here we are in Egypt with a history that dates back 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 BC, and what that has evolved to here and how things have changed over time. We in the United States, we're a young country. Here we are headed towards 250 years. But that's nothing compared to 4,000 or 5,000 years. But we have to think, as the Inuits say in the United States, we have to think about the plans that we make today and how that positively affects the future of the seventh generation into the future. It's not about return on investment, it's about long-term planning, preserving our resources, building resources for ourselves today, for business today, but for the future of humanity. I heard yesterday a couple of the quotes from Antonio Guterres, who said, "We are in a global climate emergency. The hell that will be produced if we don't do what needs to happen at every level." And as Michael Bloomberg said and John Kerry said, it's all of us at every level, whether it's in our homes, our businesses, our local government, our state government, our national government, or the United Nations. We all need to work together. And that starts today, not thinking about it intentionally, but we need to move from intentions to actions. Let's start today. Let's all work together. It's so great to see so many people from around the world gathered to plan, to think, to exchange ideas, but to come together to avoid the worst of effects. 1.5, let's still keep it alive. Thank you so much.
Now please welcome to the stage Sophia Kianni, climate activist and a member of the United Nations Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change.
Over the last Yes. Over the last few years, we've seen a real rise in young people using their voices to call truth to power. Specifically, I spent most of high school organizing with grassroots climate organizations around the world, including Greta Thunberg's Fridays for Future and Extinction Rebellion, to get people out into the streets to strike for climate action. In 2019, we were able to get over 6 million people to go out into the streets and strike. And when I was 17, I went so far as to stage a hunger strike because I was so worried that our nation's leaders weren't delivering on their promises to take climate action. You can see I was the 17-year-old who skipped school to hunger strike on the Capitol. And a few years later, when I was a senior in high school, I decided I wanted to continue to work on solutions implementation. And so I decided to start Climate Cardinals, an international youth-led nonprofit working to make climate education more accessible to people who don't speak English. 3 years later, we've grown to over 9,000 student volunteers, in over 40 countries, and we've translated hundreds of thousands of words of climate resources into over 100 languages. And as a result of my work with Climate Cardinals, I was invited to join the UN Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change. And now, me and 6 other young leaders from around the world advise the UN Secretary General on his climate strategy, directly contributing towards climate solutions. And over this time period, I've had a firsthand look into how hard young people are working to champion climate solutions. I'm now a junior at Stanford studying climate policy, and I've seen that my peers across different disciplines are looking for ways that they can contribute towards climate action. My peers who are studying fashion are looking at how they can engineer more sustainable textiles. And my peers who are studying engineering are looking at how they can make more efficient solar panels. But now, where does that leave us? The question for me is no longer whether or not young people are taking action. It's become a matter of whether or not our world leaders are paying attention. And so as a US citizen, I think it's important for me to address the elephant in the room, which is that last year, just a few days after COP26, the Biden administration held the largest offshore oil and gas lease sale in US history. 80 million acres of the Gulf of Mexico went up for auction for new fossil fuel development. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called investment in new fossil fuel production economic and moral madness. How can the US not see our hypocrisy in calling ourselves climate leaders? In Iran, where my parents are from, where my whole family is from, Iran is one of the most climate vulnerable nations in the world. They're particularly vulnerable to droughts and flood, and of course, COP is being held in the Middle East right now, where temperatures are rising more than twice the global average. And yet, Iran historically has emitted just over 1% of the world's emissions, while for context, the US is responsible for 25%. The US has failed to deliver on the promise of climate finance for developing nations. We can't break our promises to countries and vulnerable people in the global south. Women, children, people of color are counting on us to step up to the climate challenge. And that's why here at COP27, the United States has to champion the creation of a loss and damage fund to make sure that we're getting support to those who need it the most. As a young person, I've rolled up my sleeves. I've gone into the streets to strike. I've founded a global nonprofit. I'm studying climate policy at school. So the question is not whether or not I, as a young person, am working on solutions. The question is whether or not our leaders are paying attention and whether or not they will take action. Thank you.
Now please welcome to the stage Dr. Tahanni Amer of the NASA Earth Science Division.
Good morning and welcome to COP27. Welcome to Egypt. Welcome to Sharm. And my name is Tahanni Amer, and I work for NASA as a program executive in NASA headquarters. It is honor and privilege to be here with you. What a girl from the Nile trip comes to America and be in this stage. I'm connecting to you the Nile trip with the American dream. I would like to share, if this thing is work. Here we go. So this is the Nile trip to the American dream. There's a girl that traveled, born 300 miles away from here, and went to America and did all her studying on engineering and science, worked in aeronautic field, competition fluid dynamics, worked in James Webb Telescope and Orion's, and ended up in the best place in earth science, developing mission for our climate. That is my story from the Nile trip to the American dream. Now, I'm here not to talk about me, I'm here to talk about what is the scientific community contribute to the solution for climate challenges. Now, we are contributing actionable knowledge in 4 dimensions. I call them the science, predicting the future, international collaboration, inspiring the future generation of scientists, engineers, and artists. How does that work? Let me tell you. So we are at NASA working very, very hard to look at Earth and understand Earth and do measurements from space. We have 25 satellites really exploring land, ice, ocean, and atmosphere to understand the driver of climate change. And right now, we have one new mission is going to be launched this year in December to add to this collection. All of those missions orbiting Earth, trying to understand the effect of our work to the climate. So this is learning from science. So we have the data that does that. So we have the future, the Earth Observatory System that looks at cloud, precipitation, aerosol, mass changes, and surface deformations. And actually, two of those are my project, working to the future of Earth system to be able to understand what is all this new measurement and technology to understand our climate change. Now, the other element that for helping in the scientific community is be able to work internationally. Scientific community need to connect together to understand the effect. When things happen in Australia, it could affect the United States. All of it, we are one system that works together. And therefore, we need to work across boundary. And NASA has a policy. We have an open science policy. We share our science with everybody to increase the discovery of scientific discovery. So this is kind of one of our simulation and understanding how things are working together. The last thing that I wanted to share with you is really we have to be able to inspire the new generations of scientists, engineers, and artists and everyone. And we have a lot of program at NASA that really works well from K through 12, undergraduate, graduate students be able to do this. And this is one of my favorite kind of program that we get students in an airplane and it doesn't have any seats. It has all of equipment that measures atmosphere, chemistry, and we'll be able to really understand this. So we learn from ground, from air, and from space. We got it all connected together to be able to understand. And scientists usually collect this data, be able to understand the driver for climate change with actual data, and we give knowledge to the policymakers to be able to make the right policy. Now, this is really my talk, but I give you a bonus, which is really, this is my equation of success. If we use this equation, it will be really solve any problem, for the smallest problem to the controlling our climate challenge. What does this really mean? This is my equation. It said IPQ plus R over T. You cannot attend the scientific talk without having an equation. You have to have an equation, right? So what does this really mean? You really have to imagine the future. How is this future without carbon? How zero carbon, right? How are we going to do that together? Then we have to have passion. We all are here the next 2 weeks to work in this climate challenge because we have passion for this, and we have to do that, right? So, and then we have to have a plan. Not one plan, we have to have plan A, B, and C, because plan usually doesn't work the first time. And then, of course, we have to have perseverance, right? Because we have to really be tough to be able to figure it out. And then we have to build relationships and build trusted relationship, because sometimes things are difficult, right? So we will build on this relationship, and things take time. In this case, for the climate, we don't have much time. We have to act very in a moment. And then, of course, collaboration and teamwork is always important to be able to do that. There's one thing I don't put in a chart or a hyperwall, which is the very important ingredients to be successful with this equation, which is global empathy, to bring us to have empathy for each other, to bring us all together to solve this problem together. Now, I love to always end with NASA Earth. It's your home, my home. It's our mission to figure this out. Thank you so much.
Now, please welcome to the stage Roger Martella, the Vice President and Chief Sustainability Officer of General Electric, and Katie McGinty, the Vice President and Chief Sustainability and External Relations Officer of Johnson Controls.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Special Envoy Kerry, Ambassador David Thorne, Elliot Derringer, and others for inviting us and giving us the honor on behalf of Katie and me to be here today, and thank you to the colleagues who preceded us and shared such inspiring stories of how they're taking action close to home in their communities to address climate change, energy security, and sustainable development. So as mentioned, I'm Roger Martella. I'm General Electric's Chief Sustainability Officer. GE's a 130-year-old company founded by Thomas Edison, and has changed a lot over 130 years. But we've always had one thing in common during that time, is using innovation and technology to lift up the quality of life for people everywhere. So that's never been more important than it is today. GE helps produce 1/3 of the world's energy through our innovation and our technology. And we're also focused on how we can grow access to affordable, reliable, sustainable electricity for the 750 million people in the world who lack access. But I'm not here to talk about GE. I'm not going to talk about GE anymore. I'm here to talk about a transformation that Secretary Kerry and Michael Bloomberg and others have alluded to already this morning. And it's a transformation in companies stepping up to be key parts of the solution and taking action to address climate change. It's a transformation in public-private partnerships where companies are working with governments, with NGOs, with other companies together, because it takes so much if we're going to be successful, as Michael Bloomberg alluded to solve these challenges. And it's a transformation in elevating the role of innovation and technology as the key tool in the toolbox to take action on climate change, both in the near term with solutions we have today and investing in the breakthrough technologies for tomorrow. So I'm here, it's my honor with Katie to announce a transformative coalition, if we could display it please, of some of the world's leading innovative companies who are going to work together and partner together with one goal in mind, to support governments and NGOs and other stakeholders in bringing innovation and technology to the table to address climate change. So GE is very honored and humbled to join with Bechtel, General Motors, Honeywell, Invenergy, and Johnson Controls, these great innovative companies, again with this goal to accelerate the opportunities to help governments use innovation and technology to address climate. And we're going to do this in a few ways. We're going to focus on innovation and technology, the key tool in the toolbox. We have technology now that's making good progress, but we want to be committed to the breakthrough technologies of tomorrow that we need to get towards this goal, towards net zero. We want to focus on partnerships, the notion that no one company, as Secretary Kerry said, no one country can do this alone, that we need to come together, we need to work together and focus on private-public partnerships so that the sum can be greater than the parts. Energy security, while our goal is climate change and decarbonization, at the same time we want to grow access to energy, affordable, reliable, sustainable energy for everyone, including the 750 million people in the world who lack access. Policy support. There's been lots of discussion about the Inflation Reduction Act and taking the example of the Inflation Reduction Act where companies can be constructive voices for climate change policies, help form those policies, and taking something like the IRA and applying it as a template around the world so we can have similar solutions that promote the private sector with innovation and technology. And then, of course, being a resource, sharing our expertise, sharing our engineering expertise, our technical expertise, so we can help accelerate these solutions. So this is our coalition, the Corporate Coalition for Innovation and Technology towards Net Zero. And Katie, I'd love it if you could maybe share where we go next with this and how Johnson Controls is approaching it.
Well, thanks so much. And hello, everybody. And so wonderful to see you all here today. Are we going to keep 1.5 stays alive? Yes, we are. Yes, we have to. So it's Johnson Controls' privilege to join General Electric in launching this coalition. But it's humbling to be here because I'm looking at a lot of people who've been driving the change for such a long time. And I think together we really are on the cusp of tackling this issue and lifting people up. And I want to thank Roger because it wasn't too long ago that he said, look, the world is throwing us all kinds of curveballs. Secretary Kerry mentioned some of them, Mother Nature shaking her fist with devastating, the mayor talked about it, devastating climate impacts that are hurting people and communities today. It's not if, it's now. It's happening now. On top of that, a global pandemic and supply chain crises and the horror of war. The horror of war. We're gathering here right now to try to affect positive change, where we have beautiful, innocent people who are on the receiving end of the worst aspects of human aggression and totally unsustainable energy systems. This is a little piece that we're trying to contribute. Roger drove it, General Electric drove it, but for us, we just want to say that for business, it's not despite all of these destabilizing, demoralizing, and degrading events we see in the world, but it is because of them that we're not only all in, we are more in. We're more in to beat it, to succeed against this challenge. You know, for us at Johnson Controls, we're 100 years old, 140 years old, 100,000 people around the planet. And we know one major piece of this equation that needs to change and can change, and that's buildings. We are exclusively focused on sustainable buildings. Buildings are 40% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Every bit of that needs to change, and it can change today. We know what the formula is. It's efficiency, it's electrification, and digitalization. Electrification is about heat pumps that aren't just efficient, but generate more energy than they use. And digitalization is about breaking down the silos so that buildings can not only be net zero, but talking to the grid, they become net energy positive. That's not a pipe dream, and it's not a wish for tomorrow. It's technology we can drive and deploy today. And Roger, the one thing that I wanted to share in particular, all of this, as Secretary Kerry said, and what is motivating you as well, it has to be a just and equal transition. And for us at Johnson Controls, just this week we're celebrating our membership in this coalition, because for us it's starting with technology transfer, and just 2 days ago we opened in this region in the world that is going to power our future, that part of our planet, not only a factory, but our biggest factory in this region, our best heat pump technology that we only make 2 other places in the world, we will be making with, in, and for the Middle East and Africa right here, transferring that best technology that we have. And second, we opened and launched data and digital is the revolution that's coming to buildings, to make those buildings from a menace to the planet to something that will drive health and productivity and a safe climate. And so our latest, only one of our rare centers of excellence for our Open Blue digital platform technology, we also launched here in this region for the Middle East, for Africa. And so it's our piece of the coalition to transfer that technology and say it's got to be a just and equal transition. So Roger, thank you for launching this, and for all of you, for Johnson Controls, we're honored to be a part. Thank you all. 1.5 is alive, and we're going to win it.
A special thank you to all of our speakers and to our audience. That concludes this session. The next session, Nature-Based Solutions for Climate, Society, and Biodiversity, will start at 12 noon.
We will now begin our next session, Nature-Based Solutions for Climate, Society, and Biodiversity. Please welcome to the stage Monica Medina, the U.S. State Department Assistant Secretary for Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs and Special Envoy for Biodiversity and Water Resources.
Good morning, everybody. I guess it's now afternoon. It's just noon. It's so great to see so many people here for this panel about the power of Mother Nature. I don't know if any of you were here earlier, but Secretary Kerry referred to Mother Nature as sort of shaking us now and giving us all kinds of signs that the climate is getting so much worse. And what if instead of fighting to just mitigate our emissions, we actually use Mother Nature as a mitigation tool? What if we take all that power and we turn it to our advantage? That's what this panel is all about. As you heard, my name is Monica Medina, and I'm the Assistant Secretary of State for the Bureau of Oceans, International Environmental and Scientific Affairs, and it has been a privilege to be working on these issues for so long, and I'm really proud to say that I now have yet a new role, which is to serve as the U.S.'s Special Envoy for Biodiversity and Water Resources. So this work that we're doing on nature and conserving nature could not be more important. The time is now to start to harness the power of nature to help us sequester more carbon, stabilize climate cycles, adapt to climate impacts, and host the universe of species on which we depend. I'm here to tell you that the U.S. is fully committed to conserving nature. We believe that nature-based solutions offer the most efficient, effective, and flexible way to address the twin crises of climate change and, of course, biodiversity loss. Conserving, restoring, and sustainably managing ecosystems is an essential part of our climate solution toolkit. Ecosystems, both on land and in the ocean, are currently and will remain the best carbon storage system we have. There's nothing more efficient or effective. So our first point, if I could leave you with a couple, the first point is that nature is often overlooked when it comes to climate solutions, but we're here to try to change that. We know that nature-based solutions, just the ones on land, are capable of providing at least a third of the emissions reductions that we need to keep 1.5 alive. Second point, it's more than just trees. Just as forest conservation and restoration and adaptation generate broad benefits, there are other areas of nature-based solutions that can advance multiple benefits. There is so much more that we can do beyond trees. We can protect coasts, critical marine ecosystems, reduce flooding through building wetlands, moderate extreme heat and replenish groundwater resources, capture and store carbon dioxide on all of the above, and conserve biodiversity, and improve our agricultural and forest lands if we just focus on nature. Which is why you'll hear an exciting announcement from the Biden administration in just a minute. But I want you to know we are doing so much in the international arena in order to protect biodiversity. In one of our first executive orders, President Biden committed to conserving at least 30% of the U.S. land and waters by 2030. More on what we're doing on that in a minute. Yes, this is so important. But we're also trying to help other countries do the same thing. And last year at COP, President Biden announced the U.S. plan to conserve global forests. And the United States will continue this leadership by co-chairing the Forest Climate Leaders Partnership with one of our panelists, who you'll hear from in a minute, Ghana Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Samuel Abdullah Jinapor. Minister Jinapor and Special Envoy Kerry will work alongside 20 other governments who are committed to advancing key actions and initiatives, taking action to halt and reverse global deforestation by 2030. But we are just as committed to ocean-based climate solutions. Unfortunately, again, as I said before, many of these solutions are overlooked. Mangroves, people don't think of those as trees or as a carbon sink, but they are a huge carbon sink. And they provide important habitat for threatened and endangered species, provide flood protection and food security by creating the necessary conditions for coastal ecosystems to be vibrant. That means people who live on fishing as their food source can have more fish. The United States is pleased to be galvanizing more ambitious action for protecting marine resources through our Ocean Conservation Pledge, which commits the countries who are a part of that pledge to protecting at least 30% of their own ocean waters by 2030. And why is that important? It is great. It's important because in the high seas, we don't yet have a treaty for how we can protect high seas areas of the ocean. But in coastal areas, within 200 miles, countries have the power to protect those resources, and no one owns them. So it makes it super easy, much easier than on land. So I hope that you get here from this panel, and it will be a very exciting one in a minute. I hope that you will remember that nature is really our most important tool for conserving carbon and for preserving the natural environment on which we all need to sustain ourselves. It's our best bottom line. It needs to be second nature, and I'm very pleased to be announcing to cue a video right now, and then we'll have a panel. And let me just tell you who will be on the panel, and then we'll watch the video and they'll come out. Our first panelist is USAID Chief Climate Officer and Deputy Assistant Administrator Gillian Caldwell. She's a great colleague in the U.S. government. And then from the NGO Conservation International, the Director of Dedicated Grants, Johnson Serta. And finally, Ghana's Minister of Land and Natural Resources, as I mentioned him before, Samuel Abdullah Jinapor. So let's, before we get into our discussion, I want to share with you a video from the White House Council on Environmental Quality Chair Brenda Mallory and Dr. Jane Lubchenco. So please cue the videos.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to join you all for this exciting event. Whether you are in Sharm el-Sheikh or tuned in virtually, I want to thank you for coming together to discuss nature-based solutions. We are gathered here with a sense of urgency as we collectively witness the devastating impacts of climate change on communities, habitats, and species. And we are rapidly seeing the cost of nature loss to human health and the economy. But we also are gathered here today with a shared sense of optimism. President Biden has prioritized protecting and restoring nature through his signature conservation policy, the America the Beautiful initiative. This initiative is our nation's first ever national conservation policy with the goal of conserving and protecting 30% of U.S. lands and waters by 2030. The President's conservation policy tackles the crises of climate change, nature loss, and inequity. It recognizes that although climate change poses a catastrophic risk to nature, nature can help us adapt to and mitigate the effects of that same crisis. Our forests, grasslands, and coastal wetlands provide solutions that can help draw down carbon while at the same time enhancing the resilience of our communities to worsening climate impacts. That is nature at work. The President has called for the federal government to identify ways to accelerate the use of nature-based solutions as a critical tool in our fight against climate change, nature loss, and environmental injustices. That is why today we are releasing a new report on nature-based solutions. This report identifies ways the U.S. government can address policy hurdles, coordinate funding, lead by example, build a nature-skilled workforce, and make sure our science is meeting our needs for action on nature-based solutions. Today's announcement comes against the backdrop of unprecedented funding to address the climate crisis, improve infrastructure, and strengthen equity within the United States. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, two critical U.S. legislative successes, invest billions in conservation and nature-based solutions to address the impacts of climate change, stem the loss of nature, and create a just future. We are driving policy that will harness nature and its benefits for all people in the United States, especially overburdened communities. We are investing in communities that currently do not have access to nature and its benefits, both physical benefits like reducing heat and emotional benefits like providing safe green spaces to relax and play. Nature-based solutions are key to our success. For example, increasing tree cover in urban communities can reduce temperatures by 17 degrees, a life-saving change for those who face unrelenting extreme heat. Additionally, restoration and conservation of coastal habitats like coral reefs, mangroves, and coastal marsh help to protect communities around the world. At the White House and throughout the entire federal government, we are ensuring that the voices, perspectives, and lived experiences of environmental justice communities are reflected in our policies, priorities, investments, and decision-making. I know that all of us gathered here today share the goal of restoring biodiversity and mitigating the impacts of climate change on communities around the globe. The United States plans to move forward aggressively to advance nature-based solutions as another powerful tool in our fight against climate change, nature loss, and inequity. Today, we challenge you to join us in advancing nature-based solutions to meaningfully fight climate change and nature loss while improving the lives of people around the world. So thank you all for the honor of helping to kick off this exciting event, and I look forward to hearing the outcomes from today's meeting.
And now, please welcome back to the stage Assistant Secretary Medina.
Thank you so much. All right, I think it's time for our panelists to come out. All right, here we go. So first, please welcome to the stage Samuel. Let me make sure I get this right. Samuel from Ghana. Sorry. Gillian called from USAID, and Johnson from Conservation International. Please give them a warm welcome. There. Now it's working. All right. So we're going to keep this informal and make it hopefully fun and interesting for everybody. It's great to have a panel like this that sort of spans government and NGOs and other governments from countries around the world where we know we can make a difference if we just work harder at it. So I'm going to ask you, Gillian, to start off and talk a little bit about what USAID is doing on the ground to help conserve biodiversity and how you all see this as part of solving the climate crisis.
Sure. Well, thank you, Monica. Great to be here, and really happy to be having such a deep partnership with the State Department. I'm Gillian Caldwell. I'm USAID's Chief Climate Officer, and I wanted to speak to you a little bit about what we're doing to tackle deforestation. First of all, the why. I think most of you will be aware, of course, that really forests are the sort of the most highly proven and cost-effective mechanism for removing carbon from the air at scale at this stage. In fact, the forests and avoiding deforestation could help get us 1/3 of the way towards the critical goal of keeping 1.5 alive to avert the worst consequences of the climate crisis. And it's not a surprise that in the recent round of NDC updates, 83% of the nationally determined contributions cited forests as a critical vehicle for moving in that direction. So USAID has a lot of work that's specific to forests to combine forces with the rest of the U.S. government to support the Global Action Plan on Forests. We're functioning in three core terrains. One is conservation. If we don't keep the forest standing, we've got a really big problem on our hands. Deforestation, much of it commodity-driven, accounts for 1/3 of global emissions at this stage in the game. So we're focused on conserving existing carbon-critical landscapes, the forests, the peatlands, grasses, and so on. And we also, at last year's COP, launched the Forest Data Project, and that's focused on collaborating to combine existing and new sources of data to tell companies what's happening in their supply chains. There's many companies who've made commitments for zero deforestation, and this gives them visibility into those supply chains so they can actually keep the commitments. So first is conserving the forest. The second is managing the forest. So that would be things like managing water, of course, so many places seeing either floods or droughts as a result of the crisis, agroforestry, and a focus on increasing productivity so we don't see more deforestation for agricultural products. And finally, restoration. Obviously, it takes a lot longer to plant and grow trees, especially in the hectic circumstances we're all experiencing when it comes to the climate crisis. But we do need to restore carbon-critical landscapes, not just forests, but also grasslands, which offer so much in terms of soil sequestration. So let me turn it back to you.
Thanks, Gillian. USAID is definitely covering the landscape when it comes to both biodiversity and climate, and it's wonderful to hear all the ways in which you're approaching the problem. Now I want to turn to Minister Jinapur. Again, I want to remind you, he is the co-chair of the Forest Climate Leaders Partnership with Spec Kerry. So he's leading the effort globally and in his own country, Ghana. So I would love to hear more, Samuel, about what you're doing in Ghana and how you think the things that you're doing there can be translated to other countries around the world, not just in Africa, but other places as well.
Well, thank you very much. And let me thank the U.S. Center for putting this together, and also to thank the United States government for their extraordinary leadership in nature-based solutions to climate change. And to say also that I'm very happy to be on the panel with my colleagues. Look, Ghana has a very robust institutional legislative framework when it comes to forest management, which leads to conservation. We began as far back as 1948, where we had a forest and wildlife policy, which obviously we got reviewed in 2012, and placed emphasis on non-consumptive nature of our forest exploitation for purposes of conservation. And indeed, this is culminated into a policy which is pursuing an aggressive afforestation, reforestation, protecting the forest, and ensuring that we do not have forest loss in order to promote conservation. And this platform has led us to this landmark program we are executing today in Ghana called the Reducing Emission Through Deforestation and Forest Degradation, RED+. And this is a 20-year program we signed up to in 2008, and which is working to bring together communities, local communities, working to restore our forest cover, working to protect our forests, and ensuring that we enhance ecosystem resilience. And so all of this together is working to promote conservation in Ghana. And indeed, I should say, in Glasgow last year, Senator Kerry was gracious enough to lead us to sign a letter of intent with the Lowering Emission Through Forest Financing, LEAF, which we are pursuing to be able to raise more funding to promote other interventions for purposes of conservation. And so, I mean, the gamut of measures we are implementing in Ghana, the RED+, which obviously I believe you may know, has a very robust governance structure, involves the private sector, involves local communities such as women groups, youth groups, women, and also ensuring that there is a payment system which is transparent and based on performance, equitable payment system which is transparent and based on performance. So all of these are what Ghana is actively involved in to ensure that we promote conservation in Ghana. But I should conclude by saying that Ghana's efforts, for example, last year alone, we reduced deforestation by almost 30% in Ghana. And last year, the president of our country led our country to plant 24 million trees in a day. And there is this aggressive, high conscious effort to promote afforestation, reforestation, halt deforestation, and in the process, amplify conservative interventions in Ghana through wetlands and so many other interventions. But I want to conclude by saying that all of that will be meaningless if we do not have a collaborative effort, as the Undersecretary of State quite rightly pointed out, with other countries, particularly other tropic countries and African countries, to make sure we are all on the same page. Thank you.
All right. So I want to make sure I got this statistic right. 30%, you reduced deforestation 30%, and in one day planted 24 million trees last year? All right, a round of applause for that. That's amazing, amazing progress. So now to Johnson. Johnson, tell us a little bit about Conservation International's work in this area, and particularly we'd be interested to know what you think the role of civil society and indigenous communities and other voices can be in bringing nature-based solutions more to the forefront.
Thank you very much for the invitation and the question. Okay, first of all, I would say that for us it's important to perhaps to recognize that nature-based solution is the most important thing. For me, as indigenous person, as well from the Amazon, I think we've been practicing the nature-based solution for a long time. For us, it is nothing new. But let's say in the institutions, the civil society organizations, they are working now in this topic of nature-based solutions. What we believe is that we agree it's important, but I think we need to recover the practices and knowledge that we have in the communities, in the indigenous and local communities, in order to work together in the nature-based solutions. It's not just a concept coming from outside for the Western view, it's coming from the communities. We do have that practice. So in that context, what I see is that, for instance, we are working in issues like restoration, conservation as well. And also, I would like to say that from communities, we have responses, for the climate crisis. Right now, I would like to say two examples, for instance. One is in this time of COVID. The response from the communities has been using the relation that we have with the nature. Using the traditional medicine, we have addressed those, the issue of the COVID. Also, when we talk about, for instance, the extreme flooding that is coming now, we are using our knowledge as well. The relation that we have with the nature is important. And I believe that need to be recognized and included in this concept that they're working on the nature-based solutions. Thank you.
Wonderful. As you point out, these solutions are ones that your indigenous communities have been counting on, have been getting the benefit of for thousands and thousands of years. Just take another minute and say, are there one or two fundamental things that kind of underpin all of that learning?
Well, perhaps two things. One is the most important thing is that the relation we have with nature. So land tenure is important as a key. All indigenous people, they are saying the land tenure is important. We need to be, we need to have the recognition of the ownership of the land where we are living. The second thing is the recognition of the knowledge that we have, as I said, as our practice. Sometimes, not sometimes, for a long time we've been saying that we have the knowledge and we want to contribute, but sometimes we don't see the the door open for us to contribute. We are saying that we want to contribute. So land tenure and indigenous knowledge is important to contribute in the, in the nature-based solutions.
The basic premise is that with land tenure, you can then start to have bundles of rights that you can use to conserve. We talked about this yesterday. I know in Ghana, you've looked at now conserving by using land tenure to create incentives for landowners to, say, plant less cocoa and use the land for conservation purposes. Can you talk about that a little bit? Your program is really innovative.
So thank you very much. Quite clearly, you cannot make any meaningful progress in conservation, in nature-based solutions to climate change, if you do not have local and indigenous communities at the heart of your program. Because really, they are, if you want, the building blocks. They are the microcosm of whatever you intend to do. And so whatever program you have, if the cocoa farmer who has been used to a particular way of cocoa cultivation for hundreds of years or for centuries, suddenly you are asking the cocoa farmer to change his or her method of cultivation, you must appreciate that that cocoa farmer must be at the center of whatever you do. So is it for agricultural activity, which continues to be one of the major drivers of deforestation, which is why in Ghana, our policy situates local communities, indigenous people, farmers, fringe communities to forest reserves at the center of whatever we do. And that is where this tree tenure benefit sharing scheme comes in. In the past, we insisted that the cocoa farmers should plant trees on their cocoa farms, but they planted the trees and they did not have any stake or any share in the tree. And therefore, they did not have the motivation or the incentive to protect the trees, which is why we brought this mechanism which says that whatever tree you plant, you will have a benefit in the tree. You will have a stake in the tree. And that becomes a motivation and incentive for the cocoa farmers to protect the trees and preserve them. So that is really at the heart of this policy.
That's probably something that's not familiar to many people in other countries where the owner of the land may not farm it, but they sharecrop it or they give it out to someone else to plant, and that planter is the one that owns the trees. And now they're able to get the benefit not only of the trees themselves, but of the carbon that's stored in the trees as well, which is a really interesting way of thinking about property and property rights. It helps to add value by giving a part of the system that didn't have it before a stake, just as you say. It's really, really interesting. So, Gillian, let's talk a little bit more about USAID and the types of innovation that you're seeing through your programs. And in other parts of the world beyond Africa, I know you have these programs in, say, the Pacific as well. And just be curious to know where things are working well.
Well, since you mentioned cocoa, we do work in Colombia, in Latin America, and I'm actually really proud of what we've done in Colombia, because not only did we help support the government to establish carbon tax so that we actually put a price on carbon, but also to establish a carbon market where people can purchase carbon credits that in turn support the community. So, for example, there's a woman by the name of Maria Arboleda who is, of course, depending on cocoa, as many Afro-Indigenous community members are. And she's producing chocolate. And I just so happen to have one of her chocolate bars right here. And I'm sure you're very jealous since everybody's hungry. But the thing about this chocolate is that it's reducing carbon emissions, it's increasing livelihoods, and we've been able to ensure that over $26 million was returned to communities in Colombia through this work. And I think this is an example, too. We also connected her to a French chocolatier, so she went and got trained, and she's getting much higher prices than she was through the market as a result of the fact that we connected her to the market. We also have a whole series of 19 new public-private partnerships And through, an investment of 15 million, we've leveraged nearly 50 million, all in projects that help reduce the pressure on the environment, sustain biodiversity, reduce carbon emissions, and support the communities, give them the incentives they need to avoid the deforestation, to find other ways to sustain their livelihoods.
That's so cool, and you've got that chocolate way too close to me. I am definitely a woman who's dependent on cocoa when it comes to chocolate. So, Johnson, coming back to you now, could you tell us a little bit about how hard it is? Because financing and nature financing, finding the funds to actually invest in nature is one of the hardest things. So talk about your work at Conservation International and with indigenous communities. How hard is it for them now to access financing? And do you have any thoughts on what we could do about that?
Well, yes. Usually, it is difficult for communities to access to the resources, and but we have an experience in CI working with indigenous peoples and local communities in a project called the Dedicated Grant Mechanism for Indigenous Peoples and Local Communities. With that, we've been providing the opportunity to local communities and indigenous peoples leaders to, lead the program, make a decision, and make a decision also where would they going to invest the resources. And it is really great, the outcomes, because at the end we see that they are looking that they don't want communities to be competing for the funding, but they try to make them to work together and access to the resources. So it's important to see that they've been trying to gain experience in managing the funding and trying to see how they can access additional funding in order to contribute to climate action. I see there is a lot of need in communities, and always they are saying we would like to have direct access to the climate funds, because so far we have a lot of layers, right, in order to get funding to the communities. And many communities, as our projects, are demonstrating that when the money gets to the communities, the outcomes come really faster. For instance, let me put an example. In Peru, with a program, usually the land tenure, in order to have the title of the land, they used to take like 15 to 20 years. The process is too long. And with the funding given to the communities, they are getting the land title in 1 year or 2 years, which is fantastic, right? Because they are even working with together with the government. They are not working just by themselves. They're working with the governments and working together, but having the resources directly. They are demonstrating that it's possible to, make it or get the outcome really fast. And that is helping, to the communities in order to continue working in this approach that we are talking about here, about nature-based solutions, because they have the land for them now. So this is just one example. And then we have actually many examples of how, the funding in this program is supporting communities. And we would like to see more expanded to other communities. And by the way, thank you also for the support you are giving us in order to work in this topic to provide capacity building to communities in order to access to climate funds. And we are excited to see and perhaps come next year with some outcomes on this work.
I will really look forward to that. I think this is a key moment for finding a way to ease this finance question. There's so much finance sitting in big banks, and we need to figure out a way to get it to communities, and particularly in places like Ghana. So could you tell us, Samuel, what do you see as the challenge for nature finance, and how do we help break that that log jam?
Thank you. I think, first of all, the efforts we are making on nature-based climate action, the biggest challenge, in my view, will be unilateralism. I mean, governments or countries acting in silos. I think that will not help. I think we have to get to the point where we are taking multilateral actions and where countries are collaborating and working together to be able to promote nature-based climate actions. And that is where Ghana has been very passionate about. As you may know, Ghana is a leading member of the FAC Dialogue, the Forest, Agriculture and Commodity Trade Dialogue, which has been the initiative of the UK COP26 presidency, where we are bringing producer countries and consumer countries in the commodity value chain to ensure that there's conservation. I think that is very key. So is it also, as you rightly pointed out, that yesterday, President Akufo-Addo of Ghana and Prime Minister Rishi Sunak of UK launched this landmark initiative, the Forest and Climate Leadership Partnership, FCLP, which is going to bring around the table several countries at the highest political level to ensure collective action, multilateral action in forest preservation and therefore conservation. And as you quite rightly pointed out, Ghana was privileged to be nominated to co-chair this partnership with the United States. And I myself have the privilege of co-chairing the ministerial session with Senator John Kerry. We are also very much working with Côte d'Ivoire on the Cocoa and Forest Initiative. Because as you know, cocoa continues, as I said, to be one of the major drivers of deforestation. So our collaboration with Côte d'Ivoire and some 36 odd cocoa chocolate producing companies to ensure that cocoa production, the value chain of cocoa, does not result into deforestation. There's also the South-South cooperation between Ghana and Nigeria, Sudan, Cameroon, Uganda, and several other countries who have visited Ghana to learn from us. But I want to conclude on one other very important point, which I believe is a major challenge to conservation. As you may be aware, Africa contributes about less than 5% of global emissions. That's a fact. Secondly, historically, the major contributors to climate change is very much known to all of us. The historical industrial activities and Africa's own legitimate quest of industrialization and economic development and prosperity. And here we are contributing less than 5%, at the same time not being so responsible for the historical actions and inactions which has brought us where we are. And which is why I think we need a tailor-made African platform. And that's why Ghana is beginning to lead the effort to bring African countries around the table to fashion out tailor-made African interventions, which will deal with adaptation, which will deal with inclusivity, sustainability, and which will deal with mitigation. And all of those will help to get African countries to contribute their quota to climate action, and particularly nature-based climate action, and therefore conservation.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more. I think the point here is that nature-based solutions are great for climate because they are effective and efficient, but they're also important because they bring climate resources to the very countries that need the most, that are the most impacted, and that have contributed the least to the problem. So it's really the perfect solution for climate. We just need to grow this pot. I have one quick last question, one final thought for each of you, because it's not just the climate COP that's happening. We also have a major biodiversity COP happening in a month in Montreal, Canada. Canada is co-hosting and China is chairing the biodiversity COP. And that effort will be one to get a framework for 30% of the planet conserved by 2030. You've heard that all before. Just want to ask the panelists, what's the most important thing you think that can come out of this COP that will help to get that COP to reach the 30 by 30 goal? How do we see these tied together? Gillian, let me ask you to start.
Well, I mean, I think, first of all, just the underlying principle that there's deep connectivity between biodiversity and the climate crisis, right? The fact that we have two separate Conference of the Parties to discuss these issues reflects the silos in which we're sitting right now, and that's highly unproductive, as is the fact that, if we don't think about a new way of living our lives where we fundamentally recognize the interdependence between human beings and the environments on which we depend, we're not going to get where we need to go. So I think there's just a huge attitudinal shift required. And, as you've noted, indigenous communities really are leading the way and yet have so often been, dismissed or overlooked or assassinated for standing up for their rights, quite frankly. And that leads me to something else, 30 by 30. a very ambitious and audacious goal to preserve, 30% of these critically biodiverse landscapes by 2030. But indigenous communities have real concerns about that goal, because the question is, will you be respecting our traditional land rights and our tenure, or will it be a land grab? So again, I think we have to take an approach that is grounded in the respect for human rights, and work together to forge a solution that meets the needs of all parties and the planet.
Go ahead, Johnson.
Yeah, in my view, from the indigenous perspective, yeah, this is holistic, and it's not just separated. We live in relation with the forest, protecting the biodiversity, and doing conservation. So we don't see any kind of disconnection. I don't know why we have two different conventions, but for us, this is connected. And as I said, and thank you for the words, we are, as indigenous peoples, to contribute. And just wanted to point out that in Conservation International, we believe that we need to make a stronger partnership with indigenous peoples, and not think just as beneficiaries, but real partners to continue doing conservation. Thank you.
Samuel, you get the last word.
Well, first of all, I think I will associate myself with a comment brilliantly, eloquently expressed by my co-panelists, and to say that forests, land, nature-based biodiversity actions have a direct impact on climate change. There's absolutely no two ways about that. And to that extent, my view will be that we associate ourselves fully with the theme for COP27. Sharm el-Sheikh is said to be a COP of action and implementation, and I think that is very key. And action and implementation will mean that the funding component of all that the world seeks to do is absolutely important. The developed world, for example, is committed $100 billion a year to the developing world for climate action. All of that, we must see action and implementation in all of that to ensure that biodiversity preservation will take place so we can achieve this 30-30. In Ghana, for example, we have what we call the Community Resource Management Associations, CREMA, which is preserving biodiversity in Ghana. But I will really conclude by submitting and doing so emphatically and without a shred of equivocation that Ghana is fully committed to the global effort at fighting climate change, particularly as it relates to nature-based solutions to climate change.
Thank you so much. So you've heard it here. We need to change our thinking, value nature. We need to ensure that we take all the indigenous knowledge that we can, because they've known how to solve our problems for centuries, millennia, and we need to take action now. So thank our panelists. Please join me thanking them for this wonderful discussion today. Yes, so nice to see you. Thank you. So now it's my honor again to cue the last video for today from Dr. Jane Lubchenco, again about the Nature-Based Solutions report the U.S. government put out today. It's a phenomenal product. I recommend it to everyone highly. And thank you all for being here today. This was a great discussion.
My greetings to everyone and all courtesies observed. My name is Jane Lubchenco. I have the pleasure of serving as Deputy Director for Climate and Environment at the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. I'm delighted to join colleagues today at the U.S. Center at COP27 to shine a bright, big spotlight on the powerful but largely untapped opportunities to work with nature to tackle climate change. Our future depends upon much more aggressive action to cut emissions and draw down greenhouse gases. And it depends upon a quantum leap in ambition for adaptation. But here's a little secret. A major opportunity to tackle climate change remains largely untapped. Nature. Yes, nature. Today, the Biden-Harris administration is launching our new roadmap for nature-based solutions. Today, we call on leaders around the world to join us in taking bold action to scale up nature-based solutions. We know they work We know they're cost effective. We know they are powerful. And even better, nature-based solutions bring a wealth of other benefits beyond climate mitigation and adaptation. You might ask, why aren't we already tapping this potential? The truth is that many people are simply not familiar with nature-based solutions or their power. Or if they are, it can be hard to know where to start. Sometimes, too, there are serious disincentives to using nature-based solutions. Designing a wetland or a coastal marsh to slow floodwaters is far different from the more familiar approach of building a break wall. And maintaining green roofs to lower cooling costs is different from mowing a lawn or maintaining an air conditioner. So to help remove these impediments today, I'm excited to announce a new resource designed to address these needs and help people know where to start. Today, in concert with the roadmap, we are launching the Nature-Based Solutions Resource Guide, a compendium of federal examples, guidance, resource documents, tools, and technical assistance. This guide brings together a profusion of examples of how U.S. federal agencies have used or supported nature-based solutions. Here's one example. Along the southern coast of the United States, many areas are seeing the painful results of sea level rise and more powerful storms due to climate change. The Pointe-aux-Trembles tribe in Louisiana is one community that is feeling these impacts. Their coastline was eroding, taking their land and threatening culturally important sites. The tribe used funding from the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to create a living shoreline of native oysters to stop the erosion. The Pointe-aux-Trembles tribe chose the nature-based solution because it was lower cost than the alternatives. And in addition to stabilizing the shore, oyster reefs helped restore habitat for fish that the tribe relies on. The living shoreline also had direct climate benefits because its construction generated fewer greenhouse gases than concrete options. Since then, the oyster reef has been hit by multiple hurricanes, and yet it continues to protect the shore, proving its worth as a climate adaptation strategy. This and dozens of other examples can be found in the new Nature-Based Solutions Resource Guide, which also provides links to over 175 federal tools, guidance documents, and technical assistance offerings. These resources provide useful information for how to use what we already know about designing effective nature-based solutions. While the guide provides rich information, it also shows that more innovation is needed. For example, more tools are needed to support the use of nature-based solutions for improving equity through climate resilience or to support jobs. But the bottom line is this. The United States aims to prioritize nature-based solutions as the go-to options in fighting climate change, nature loss, and inequities. With today's announcements, we now have a strategic path and knowledge tools to make that possible. I invite you to join us in doing everything we can to use what we know now and drive new innovation for nature-based solutions. Make no mistake, we simply can't create the future we want without nature. Thank you.
Thank you to our audience. That concludes this session. The next session will start at 1 p.m.
Hurricanes are getting stronger, wildfires are spreading faster, sea levels are
I'm going to announce that we're about to start the event. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the U.S. Center. We're getting started with our 1 o'clock session very shortly on Implementation Plus, Partnerships for Global Climate Solutions. Again, that's going to start very shortly. Give it a minute. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the U.S. Center. Please join us for our next session, Implementation Plus, Partnerships for Global Climate Solutions. And please welcome to the stage our panel moderator, U.S. State Department Deputy Special Envoy for Climate, Richard Duke, and panelists, Norwegian Foreign Ministry of Climate Change Policy Director, Georg Borsting, BCG Global Lead for Climate and Sustainability and Industrials, Cornelius Piper, U.S. Agency for International Development Chief Climate Officer and Deputy Assistant Administrator Gillian Caldwell, and Ambassador at Large for Climate Diplomacy at the European External Action Services, Mark Van Hoekelen.
Good afternoon. So thrilled to have this panel of friends and colleagues to talk about this crucial topic of implementation today. And I just want to set the stage with a few very brief prefatory remarks to indicate what we mean by implementation. And what it means for the United States is that we have to be addressing the energy transition, of course. We have to accelerate the energy transition, as so many countries are seeking to do. We also need to complement that with work on the non-CO2 greenhouse gases like methane that are so crucial if we're going to deliver on the promise of the Paris Agreement and hold warming well below 2°C, let alone keeping 1.5 degrees centigrade within reach. We have to both do the marathon of the energy transition and the sprint of methane mitigation and other non-CO2 mitigation in parallel. And of course, we have to focus on adaptation as well. And so there is a tremendous amount of implementation work to do. Above and beyond that, we need to make sure that countries that have yet to align their nationally determined contributions with the pace of emission reductions that's required ratchet up their ambition. And we are thrilled that Australia has moved to strengthen its NDC in recent months, and we are encouraged that other countries are stepping up at this COP in order to join those countries like those represented on the stage, which have set a pace of emissions reduction for themselves that is consistent with what the science requires. And so we'll be talking today about how to deliver on those objectives and also how to work on sectoral initiatives that help the world to deliver on this agenda. So from the Global Methane Pledge that the United States and the European Union launched with over 100 countries last year and a much larger coalition now in place this year, to work on other sectors like shipping and other topics like innovation, the First Movers Coalition, and of course adaptation through the, in the case of the United States, the Prepare Initiative. We need to work both on aligning targets with what's required for reducing the pace of climate change and keeping 1.5 within reach, and then delivering on those targets together. So with that, let me turn to the panel, and let's start the conversation about what it takes to actually make implementation successful in every country worldwide. So I'll start with Mark van Huykelen, Ambassador at Large for Climate Diplomacy at the European External Action Service. And wanted to ask you, Mark, if you could speak to the critical role that the European Commission has played in launching the Global Methane Pledge, and what endorsing countries can accomplish and why it's critical that they do so.
Thank you, Rick. As you said yourself during your introductory or in your introductory remarks, methane is essential in the short term if we want to slow down global warming. Methane abatement is the cheapest and fastest way to slow down global warming. And so we've got to work on implementation. We've got to make sure that the methane emissions, which are still growing and growing, and under current policies will be between 7 and 15% higher in 2030 than what they have been in 2020, that we curb that trend and that we go towards something that is much lower. That is what the Global Methane Pledge is about, a collective commitment to cut methane emissions by 30% in 2030 compared to 2020. It's a collective pledge. We now need to give that hands and feet. That is what we have been doing over the last 12 months. We have asked the CCAC to act as a secretariat to provide technical support to countries wishing to develop methane action plans and to get into action. We are now going to develop pathways under the 3 pillars of methane emissions: energy, waste, and agriculture. 3 pathways to get us to those minus 30%. Because indeed, there is an implementation gap. We need to tackle that now. There is no time to waste. And this is what the Global Methane Pledge is about. Rick said that last year, in July of last year, we were 2, the US and the EU. In September, we were 110. Now, I'm happy to say that we are 127. So there is a broad movement. Obviously, there are still a number of big methane emitters out, but there is a broad movement to get going on methane, which is indeed critical if we want to keep 1.5 degrees Celsius within reach.
Thank you, Mark. Let me now turn to Jorg Borstig of the Norwegian Foreign Ministry and ask you about a different global sectoral opportunity, in this case not a greenhouse gas, but an entire sector, in this case shipping. Shipping emissions typically fall outside of national accounts for the bulk of shipping in international waters. And can you speak to the scale of the emissions risk or the emissions from the sector, and how is the Green Shipping Challenge stepping up to address this set of emissions?
Yeah, so thank you. Let me first just say that we're very happy from Norway's side to be partnering with the US on the Green Shipping Challenge, which was launched yesterday. Norway and also the US, ahead of this meeting, has focused on how we can follow through with the Glasgow Climate Pact and what we can do to keep 1.5 degree within the reach. And shipping is a key sector for mitigation. Emissions from the shipping sector are significant and on a trajectory that is not compatible with the Paris Agreement. We also note that if shipping was a country, it would be the 8th largest emitter in the world. For Norway's part, we have committed to reduce our own emissions by 55% by 2030. And to reach such an ambitious goal, for us, we must tackle both our domestic shipping emissions and also greening international shipping writ large. And so in May this year, Prime Minister Støre and Special Envoy Kerry announced the Green Shipping Challenge. It has been one of our key initiatives for COP27, and as President Biden also highlighted when he convened the leaders of the major economists forum in June. Yesterday, we welcomed more than 40 announcements of concrete actions from countries, ports, and also private sector that will help put the sector on a pathway to align with the goal of limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. There has never been this sort of initiative at the COP, as far as I'm aware of, that spurs concrete new actions from across the shipping value chain to help decarbonize the sector. These announcements focused on all aspects of the maritime sector, onshore and on ship, and in the policies that will guide this transition. So some of these announcements touched on at least 12 different green corridors, such as the route from Singapore to Australia, or in the US, another route in the Gulf of Mexico linking Houston and New Orleans. These are more than just commitments to some far-off future vision, but backed by clear, concrete commitments to immediate action. And in many cases, also backed by new government finances or economic agreements. Others, like the Clean Energy Marine Hubs by the International Chamber of Shipping and the International Association of Ports and Harbors, set ambitious goals to build out bunkering hubs spanning the entire energy maritime value chain and linking developed and developing countries. So this is a key to building out the infrastructure that we need to see in order to hit crucial thresholds of zero-emission fuels for the maritime use. To speak to Norway's announcements, the Norwegian maritime partners committed to reducing their own energy intensity by at least 50% by 2030. And we're especially proud to see this kind of government-supported and industry-driven maritime cluster. Over 100 companies are working to realize the 700 low-emission and 400 zero-emission ships that Norway needs as part of a green building program that is fully supported by Norway's policy commitments, both at the domestic and also international levels. All of this is just as an illustrative examples rather than comprehensive. You can actually see the full list of announcements on the website for the initiative, greenshippingchallenge.org. And I think it's also important to note that this is an action-based initiative. There was no communique or statement to sign. This was about showing up and committing to take a firm step that will help catalyze zero-emission ships and keep 1.5 degrees alive. And just lastly, we will continue our work. Of course, we welcome further announcements to be made in response to the challenge, but we will also continue this dialogue in the follow-up of the announcements that were made today. So I think through the Green Shipping Challenge, we have got more commitments, more planned actions to cut emissions than we had before yesterday, and that is what the climate crisis calls for and what also shipping needs to respond to. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorg. And shipping is an example, one of many examples where we do need substantial innovation in order to tackle mitigation. And so whether it's green hydrogen, electrified shipping on shorter routes, or green ammonia, there's a range of technology innovations that are being propelled by the Green Shipping Challenge and which are important in order to really decisively decarbonize international shipping. And that is one of multiple hard-to-abate sectors in the industrial sector where, in addition to shipping, there's also many hard-to-abate sectors in the industrial sector where innovation is an important priority. that we have to be pursuing. So I want to turn now to BCG Global Lead for Climate and Sustainability, Cornelius Piper, and ask you about the First Movers Coalition and what the First Movers Coalition is doing on this agenda.
Thank you. And it's a pleasure to be here and to talk about the First Movers Coalition. So the First Movers Coalition was launched a year ago at COP26. It is a joint undertaking, so to say, by the US state government and the World Economic Forum, and was announced by President Biden in Glasgow. It essentially works to harness the power of demand, especially most notably corporate demand, on driving and delivering the low carbon materials that are needed to support the innovation that we were speaking about, to create a reliable demand signal in the market across a range of high emission sectors in the industry. So we mentioned shipping, which is one of the sectors that is part of the First Movers Coalition. Others are aviation, aluminum, steel. We have added carbon removals. And today, actually, we've made the announcement that cement is joining the First Movers Coalition as an additional segment, which stands for 7% of global emissions. And if unabated, that number will grow to 9%. So it's really a big chunk of emissions that is covered in that particular sector. So what does the First Movers Coalition do? Essentially, it's a group of ambitious corporate members, and now since a few months also a number of government actors, making specific commitments until 2030 to procure a given amount. Usually it's relatively small, about 10% of the volume, to procure that part as low carbon materials. And the bar that is typically applied, or the commitment that is applied, is a relatively high bar, implying that currently available technologies probably don't get you far enough. So there is an inbuilt, in a way, push to drive innovation, to work with your suppliers, and to make possible a development and the scaling of low carbon materials, green steel, green cement, sustainable aviation fuel, low emission or low carbon shipping fuel, etc., that would otherwise not be able to scale with the same speed. So like I said, today we made the announcement to add cement. We have 5 new companies joining, 5 new members joining with a commitment around cement, which is great. And we will also be working in the next year to add 2 more pillars, more on the kind of enabler side, if you will. One around infrastructure. If you think about low carbon shipping, you need bunkering infrastructure in the ports, which is probably also a topic that is high on your agenda. When you think about heavy duty trucking, which is another segment in the First Movers Coalition, you need charging infrastructure. So the First Movers Coalition will think through how to enable and facilitate that. And another pillar that will be deployed going forward is finance. There are big investments that need to be made, and the First Movers Coalition will work together with financial institutions and actors in the financial market space to facilitate that. So it's a fairly comprehensive setup. It clearly kind of bets on the innovation and also the strategic positioning of large corporate players from across the world, and now, which is great, also a few ambitious government actors to drive a market-driven scaling and take-up of low-carbon materials from high-emitting sectors.
Thanks, Cornelius. Appreciate that initiative and the synergy here between the 2 topics from the last 2 speakers is clear. Let me shift gears a bit and talk now about the question of climate impacts and managing those through adaptation, and turn to Gillian Caldwell, colleague from U.S. Agency for International Development. If you could just speak to what President Biden's Prepare Plan is tackling to help countries adapt to climate change, please.
Yes, so obviously mitigation first and foremost. we're not doing enough and we're not doing fast enough to get where we need to go. And that's quite obvious when you start to take a look at the impacts around the world. I mean, just in the past year alone, we saw record flooding of biblical proportions, according to the Prime Minister of Pakistan that I met with. 1/3 of the country underwater, 1,500 people killed. In India, in the last year, we had 203 of 365 days extreme heat wave. Of course, even in our own country, United States, raging wildfires, hurricanes, billions of dollars in damage. So no country's left untouched, and yet we also know that it's the poorest countries in the world, the places where USAID works, that are getting hit first and worst, and that have the least capability and the least resources to manage these impacts. I just returned from the Horn of Africa and Kenya, where you can literally see and feel the hunger because we're facing, a third straight season of drought and food insecurity, which has only been exacerbated by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So last year, President Biden announced the PREPARE initiative. That's the President's Emergency Plan for Adaptation and Resilience. And, USAID and the State Department are really partners in leading this government-wide initiative to increase the adaptation and resilience of 500 million people worldwide. We just announced the action plan, so we're here to talk about implementation. This has also been described as an adaptation COP. So we announced the launch of this initiative. We've since detailed a very specific action plan, 60 actions advanced by 19 agencies across the government in 3 core areas. One is early warning systems. This aligns with the UN Secretary General's call for early warning for all. This is early warning regarding extreme weather events. It's early warning regarding drought or rain, critical for smallholder farmers in so many developing economies who need to make tough decisions about how to navigate a new normal when it comes to the climate crisis. So early warning, so important. We have a great partnership with NASA called Surveyor, where we're really drawing on state-of-the-art geospatial data to get this early warning system to communities. The second goal of the PREPARE initiative is really to mainstream adaptation into all policies and programs across government. So, we have several initiatives, including something called CASA, the Climate Adaptation Support Initiative, which is really focused on providing that technical support to governments to understand what it means to really integrate adaptation and resilience into the policies and programming across the government, because there's no terrain left untouched by the crisis. And the third, so important, is finance. We're staring down the barrel at a $3 to $5 trillion gap in climate finance by 2030. $3 to $5 trillion a year is estimated to be required to tackle the adaptation and mitigation needs combined. And the private sector is investing, but typically in mitigation and more specifically in renewable energy, solar, for example, where the profit margins are clear. When it comes to adaptation, less than 2% of all private sector investments are going to adaptation. So USAID is looking at, we're launching a private sector call for action here, and we'll be talking, featuring a range of companies who are stepping up to make commitments. But we're also thinking in innovative ways and collaborating with our Nordic allies to provide blended finance, to ease the risk and to invite the private sector to come into areas like disaster risk insurance. So important, right? When you've got these smallholder farmers who have very little cushion to rely upon as crops fail. We've through the disaster risk finance investments that we've made already, millions of dollars going to farmers in the Sahel and places like Mali. Even as the United States pushes, as we have so strongly, and with your leadership and Spec Kerry's leadership for mitigation, we recognize the need for adaptation, and USAID is playing a key role in helping ensure we reach that 500 million people worldwide to increase their adaptive capacity and resilience.
Thank you, Gillian. Let me turn back to Mark and ask you a question on what's in place in order to support governments that have joined the Global Methane Pledge and that want to do their part to cut global methane pollution at least 30% by 2030, noting to your point earlier that unfortunately the reference case is bad. The reference case is actually for global methane emissions to grow over 10% by 2030. So we first have to work together to pump the brakes and stop methane emissions from continuing to grow, and then quickly move towards reducing emissions globally. What's the toolkit from the philanthropic Global Methane Hub to CCAC to bilateral work that's available to governments? What's the role of IMEO? Can you speak to what's available now after a year since the launch of the Global Methane Pledge for countries that want to get serious about this?
On that, indeed, I think it's useful to distinguish 2 or 3 big instruments where we can help countries that want to do something about their methane emissions, but they don't know yet quite how. The first is that the CCAC, as the Secretariat of the Pledge, provides technical support for countries on drawing up a national methane action plan. Currently, perhaps out of the 127, 15 or 20 have already done that homework to set out what their emissions are in the 3 sectors, what is the current regulatory framework in the country, what is it that they can do better, what is it they can learn from other countries who have done already more in the methane field. So technical support, technical advice. Secondly, financial support, where philanthropic work is essential. There is the Global Methane Hub that can provide the means for a number of interventions. Now, mind you, in the field of energy and waste, the good news is that most of the measures that you take for the abatement of methane pay themselves off. In many instances, the cost of methane abatement is negative, especially now that we have gas prices that are sky high. If you vent and flare less, if you do something about your leaky pipelines, you can capture the natural gas and put it on the market. The price you're going to fetch is much higher than the cost of capturing. But obviously there are a number of areas where it's harder, notably agriculture. And so there clearly we have to join forces. And so the third sort of element that we have in this global work on methane is cooperation, exchange of information, and in that regard what IMEO is doing is going to be crucial. IMEO stands for the International Methane Emissions Observatory. There are a number of huge methane leaks in the world that are not addressed. What we are now going to put in place is a system called MARS, Methane Alert and Response System. So through satellite pictures, through other detection mechanisms, we're going to be able to pinpoint methane leaks and tell countries where those leaks are, where it is, and what can be done about it. That's crucial in this fight against methane because, again, these are cheap to abate, but in many, especially developing countries, they don't have the means to detect them in a systematic way. So that is what we're going to do. Mars should be launched at this COP, and the Global Methane Hub is now getting into full swing to provide the financial support to countries that need the money in order to get their homework going on methane abatement.
Thank you.
looking at what we can do to not just continue to identify and capture those benefits, but to increase the benefits of the programming we're doing. There's also, of course, the sector waste and waste management. We have a very big program to tackle plastics. The plastics value chain is just, I mean, remarkably, I learned recently that if you look at plastics across the entire value chain, we're talking, it would be the fourth largest emitter if it were a country. What we're doing is looking at urban areas and improving recycling and waste management, which are huge emitters of methane, to see what we can do to reduce those emissions and to increase circularity in the economies where we're working. So I think early stages for USAID, but again, we've been achieving much more than we understood, and we have ambitions to do a lot more in the years to come.
Thank you, Gillian. And just for a moment now, turning to the question of what's happening with innovative low-carbon manufacturing globally. I want to set a bit of context, which is in the United States, with the passage of two major legislative vehicles to back investment in zero-carbon manufacturing across a range of sectors. We are seeing in the United States an extraordinary renaissance in zero-carbon industry. That ranges from carbon-free hydrogen to the downstream green ammonia that can be produced with that, to electric vehicles and batteries for same, and includes carbon capture and storage, for which there's now an $85 a ton of CO2 incentive in place. There's also movement on direct air capture with a $185 a ton incentive in place, and a range of other actions unfolding in real time commercially within the United States. I wanted to turn to Cornelius for a more global perspective, and with the First Movers Coalition as further motivation and context for that, can you speak to what is happening in these hard-to-abate sectors? What is the industry response that you're seeing to the call for more innovation in these hard-to-abate sectors under the FMC?
Thank you. And I will say that the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act that you mentioned has actually helped propel and create a lot of dynamic around what we are trying to achieve with the First Movers Coalition. So that's a very useful and game-changing development. So what's really happening? I mean, the First Movers Coalition is designed in such a way that members make commitments that they aim to achieve by 2030. So initially we expected that in the first year there's not all that much going to happen. And now as we kind of look into the development 12 months into the journey, we're actually seeing that that is not the case. There is a lot happening. To give you some examples, for instance, there is a number of companies that have made commitments around using green steel for their products. For instance, Volvo is a company like that for their trucks. Similarly, Scania, another European truck OEM. They are building trucks with green steel as we speak. So they have already begun to do that. There's a set of other companies that have made commitments about using zero-emission vehicles, heavy-duty trucks, for their business. For instance, Cemex, Mexican cement player, and they have already started making tests with heavy-duty 44-ton ready-mix trucks, and they say it works really well. And the interesting thing is they are working together with their fellow member Volvo to deliver those trucks. Similarly with Amazon, they've made a trucking commitment and they have a first set of 20 trucks on the road to test this. I can also speak about Boston Consulting Group, my own company. We are proudly supporting the First Movers Coalition, but we're also a member and we have made a commitment around carbon removals. And we have signed a number of contracts for delivery in the next 5 to 7 years for carbon removal credits. There's another example in the aluminum space where companies like Rio, Ball, Novelis, and AB InBev, the large brewery, are working together to deliver low-emission aluminum for their beverage cans. So what you can see very nicely with this example is how the horizontal collaboration along the value chain really starts to become reality. And it seems that the First Movers Coalition as a platform, as a network, has really helped a lot to achieve that. Another example, for instance, from the aviation space, Delta Airlines has already secured over half of their commitments in sustainable aviation fuel. And this is exactly the demand signal that companies on the supply side need, that there is a buyer and there is a clear line of sight as to which volumes will be bought at a specific price 3 years, 4 years, 5 years down the road. And that's what we're seeing already today, and I think that's an extremely encouraging development and a great success, I think, only 12 months into this coalition.
Thank you. And if I could ask a follow-up, can you speak a bit from an FMC vantage point that really engages both governments and industry? Is there the right synergy happening now between the two sectors? Are you seeing that governments are doing what's needed and companies are, through FMC and otherwise, also doing what's needed to tackle these hard-to-abate sectors? Or if you had advice for governments or industry, what might you offer for the next step that's needed for the vision of the FMC to really be realized in full?
So to the government question, I will kind of try to answer in two parts. I mean, first of all, the entire coalition was, in a way, launched by a government, the United States government, which has shown by doing that there can be very impactful and important impulses out of the public space into what corporates are doing in the decarbonization effort. And that has proven to be very effective, and I think it will be even more effective as we go forward. Now, the other lens of having 9 governments by now across the world joining FMC as a member is a very recent development. So there's not so much actual data yet, so to say, to look at. What I will say, though, is that each of these governments have very large procurement budgets. They're buying cement, they're buying steel, they're buying vehicles, they're buying all sorts of things. And that is a very, very important lever to achieve exactly the same goal, right? So what I can say, in a way, or my advice, obviously would be that we should work to expand membership in this, especially because we're seeing how the interactions between the members create actually a lot of opportunities for engagement, for progress that probably wouldn't have been possible in the same way. We see interactions between companies that are relatively far apart in the value chain, and that helps a lot, not just in the supplier relationship. So broadening the ecosystem, I think, is a big step or big recipe for success.
Super. Thank you very much, Cornelius. It's very important to raise this opportunity from government procurement as one of the ways to provide the investor certainty needed to really get to scale on solutions for these hard-to-abate sectors. And so we see that also happening through incentives like those that have just been put in place in the United States, and where the EU has also done a lot. But much more to be done to crack the case across all of these different challenging emission sectors. Let me turn again to Jorg. If you could speak to the Green Shipping Challenge, give us a little sense of the most exciting announcements that you've seen so far under this effort. What are you most compelled by in terms of kind of specific projects or specific actions that have been put forward under the challenge? And where do you see this going next? What's the next year need to look like for the Green Shipping Challenge to be on a successful, rapid start?
Well, I think it's really hard to compare these different announcements because they're all bits and pieces of what's important to get the whole shipping sector climate neutral as quickly as possible. I think maybe more for me, I mean, I'm always preoccupied with the potential of international cooperation. I think the Green Shipping corridor announcements that were made, where you really need to have a close cooperation between countries, ports, and also the larger part of the industry was very important, and I think there's a huge potential to, of course, expand those type of corridors beyond what we saw announcements on yesterday. I also think that what we heard yesterday was an example of several announcements where you have private-public partnerships, which is something that we're quite used to in Norway in the shipping sector. We do use climate requirements when we're now going to also enhance action in the shipping sector, such as carbon pricing, but it's also combined with support schemes and making sure that we have both sticks and carrots in place. But when we take further initiatives, we build public-private partnerships and present the ideas to present a plan for scaling up production and infrastructure for climate-friendly fuels. I think when we have to have go on this with a broad approach. So I think what we can do further in the challenge is there. We want to have more partners on board. But I think we also need to work, for instance, internationally in the IMO. As far as I know, next year we have agreed to come up with a new strategic plan to make the shipping sector completely carbon neutral globally by 2050. And I think this challenge should be, really an inspiration also for all in getting more traction to this international work that is needed. But as I said, what we did yesterday is for us really a start. The challenge is there, and I think it's really to inspire others to come on board. And I think much of what we heard yesterday, also the lessons learned, what were between governments, but also between private sector in exchanging information on knowledge, technology development, so on. It's really important in order to get a sector like shipping also moving faster than what we have seen so far. Thanks.
So we focused in this discussion on the question of implementation, in part because the Paris Agreement is in place, the rule book for the Paris Agreement is in place, and so really the attention now rightly focuses on how do we get the work done together. And I think we've, in this discussion, this brief discussion today, seen some of the complexities that come with that work of implementation. You have to span mitigation and adaptation. You have to span hard-to-abate sector innovation, including every one of those sectors. You have to look at the interstitial emissions that aren't captured in national accounts, like shipping and aviation. You have to make sure that you're looking not just at the energy transition, but also at cutting methane pollution. There's so much work to be done in order to deliver on that implementation agenda that this panel, I think, has given a little sense of the scope of what's required and the specificity of what's needed. I want to just invite panelists to close with a minute or two of anything that we've missed or that you would like to leave the audience with that is important as a bit of guidance as we seek to succeed together on implementation. And I'll start with Mark, if you want to just give us your final thoughts that you'd like to leave the audience with on what is needed to make sure that when it comes to next year's COP, we've got as much as possible to account for in terms of implementation points on the board in these different initiatives that we've just discussed and beyond. Mark.
Thank you, Rick. 2030 is only 8 years away, which is very short. So we really have to double down on implementation. There is no time to waste. And so therefore, what we have now launched really has to be continued and intensified. In that regard, let me perhaps make one suggestion, listening to what other panelists said. There are a number of areas in the methane world where we need still nuts to crack. One is, for instance, livestock. And there perhaps the first mover initiative could play a role. If you look at the meat sector, the meat sector in the world is dominated by at most 10 companies. 10 companies. If they can talk to their supply chain and say, listen, let us now work together towards technological breakthroughs in the field of livestock. That's different from industry, but very important. Similarly, on fertilizer. We know that fertilizer right now is used very inefficiently. 50% of fertilizers never reach the plant. Never reach the plant. That has to do with the fact that until now, fertilizers were very cheap, at least for farmers in the rich world. We also have to move away from fertilizer based on natural gas. So that's another technological breakthrough that we have to work on. That's also perhaps a candidate for the first movers.
Thanks very much, Mark. Gillian, anything you want to comment on in closing?
Yeah, well, I'd say what we're doing so far sure isn't working, so we ought to change it up a bit. I mean, we've got to totally reinvent our economy and stop investing in fossil fuels, which we're continuing to do, and start investing in renewable energy. You know, when it comes to the finance, speaking of investment, we've got to do things differently. As governments, we've got to be a lot more innovative in terms of how we think about our capital. We should be looking at a 5 to 10x return on those precious public dollars, because we're never going to get there without private sector investment. So that means being more innovative, thinking about first loss guarantees, thinking about concessional capital, and generally whatever we can do to to reduce the barriers to entry for the private sector. And finally, we haven't talked at all about carbon markets, which I know are really controversial in a lot of quarters for understandable reasons, because we need high integrity markets. But on the other hand, when you talk about these hard to abate sectors, some of the only ways in which you're going to get transition from an industry like cement is to incentivize them to be able to generate credits through transitioning to lower carbon mechanisms of production, which will in turn help finance their own transition to lower emissions endeavors. So I just think we've got to start thinking in very new ways about what we're doing, and start not just thinking but acting differently if we're going to get where we need to go in this decisive decade.
Thanks, Gillian. Cornelius, any final thoughts?
Yes, sure. So thanks. There were some great suggestions also on the carbon markets. I think that is really important. What I will say, 3 things that really stand out for me. One, don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. So, it's fine to start with, the low-hanging fruits, or it's fine to start with something that seems feasible and manageable, even if, it's really hard to imagine how the full solution is going to look like, as long as you start. Second, don't underestimate the pace of change for technologies. We've been consistently underestimating how quickly wind, solar, batteries have scaled, how they've come down the cost curve. Why is that not supposed to happen, with other technologies that we need now, be it hydrogen, be it carbon capture, direct air capture, etc. So we will see a lot of positive development there, and now is the time, in a way, to start moving on that. And the last thing is, don't do it alone. There's lots of other, stakeholders and players out there. It's more about, making the first step and reaching out and connecting the dots.
Super, thanks. Jörg, anything you want to add?
Well, I think we can all agree that we're not moving fast enough and with high enough ambition. But the goals are there, the goals are set. So I think, for us, from Norway's side, I think what was mentioned about carbon markets, I mean, we're talking about carbon pricing. I don't think there's any way to get outside putting a price on carbon if you're going to create the right incentives for technology innovation, and what you need to see in industry, in our case shipping, provide the right incentives, but also that you need the necessary partnerships really between, as mentioned, between the industry and government. And I do think you need to set very clear, concise commitments that are, goals that are achievable in a short term also, not only these long-term goals in the future where, it's really difficult to measure the progress that's been done. So I think that's clearly needed. It's partly about a challenge to the industry, but I think it's really also a challenge presently also on governments to be able to increase ambition levels and create the right incentives for the industry.
Super. Well, let me thank the panelists and the audience. It was a really integrated discussion across disparate topics, and I'm grateful for the engagement across panelists and wish that we had time for audience questions, but thanks for the discussion and thanks for all the work that all of you are doing to ensure that we actually implement this ambitious agenda that we share. Thanks.
Thanks also again to our speakers, and thank you to our audience. That concludes this session. The next session, Investing in Our Future, will start at 2 p.m.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Please take your seats. This event is about to begin. Welcome to our final session, Investing in Our Future. Please welcome to the podium the White House National Climate Advisor, Ali Zaidi, for a keynote address.
All right. Hey, everybody. It is good to be with you. Good to be here at the U.S. Center. Today we're going to have an opportunity to talk about the importance of investment. And before we do that, I want to start by the context in which we invest. So the scientists have coined this moment as the decisive decade. And, you know, we read the IPCC, we see code red in the science, and we see it in our communities. The surging seas, the fires that blaze across the plains, parched landscapes where once crops grew, and we are reminded that this must be the moment we take action. So when we talk about the decisive decade, I think it's important to recognize what that means. The first is, this is not the time to just propose legislation. It's the time to enact it. And in the United States, that's exactly what we've been up to. For folks in the private sector, this is not the time to commission another committee on your board. It's the time to greenlight capital projects. The decisive decade must be the moment when we put steel in the ground, when we decide to take action, not just delay and analyze and study the challenge that's in front of us. You know, when we talk about investment, one of the things I think about is what we can't afford to continue to do, which is to delay. Our Office of Management and Budget, and you'll hear from our climate head of our Office of Management and Budget shortly, has done analysis just on the revenue side of our balance sheet in the United States of America. If we fail to take decisive action in this decisive decade, we could see $2 trillion a year of lost revenue by the mid-century. So, you know, there will be folks who say, well, can the United States afford to make these investments? The answer is, we can't afford not to make these investments in this decade. And so that's why we're taking bold action under President Biden's leadership. You know, folks talk a lot about political economy. We are showing it through our actions in a bipartisan infrastructure law. With votes from both sides of the chamber, we passed a bill that invests $15 billion in electric vehicle charging infrastructure. And that charging infrastructure is going to be installed by union workers, lifting people up into the middle class. 500,000 chargers from coast to coast in the United States. And we're upgrading the grid, $15 billion in that same bill to help us build up the grid. And then for the first time, the United States is making a bold investment, again, on a bipartisan basis, in resilience and adaptation, $50 billion. And then you may have heard of the Inflation Reduction Act. We passed it in August. It is the largest such action, I think, ever taken anywhere in the world, but certainly in the United States of America. You'll hear from my colleague, John Morton, who works at the Treasury Department, $270 billion of that is going to run through the tax code. And more than the money of it, I think what's so powerful is that we're talking about 1 gigaton of emissions reductions resulting from this bill. So, you know, I saw some of you in Glasgow, and you said, okay, America's back at the table. But what does that mean? We are showing through our actions what that means. It means leadership. It means the courage of our convictions. It means leaning in with our resources and our talent and our time to meet this moment in the decisive decade. What's important, I think, is not just the amount we invest and what we invest in, but how we make that investment as well. So a few words about that. I talked about our investment program into renewable energy and advanced energy technologies. In the United States, if you want the full value of the incentive, the only way you can get that is by making sure you're empowering our workers. So you want the full value of our tax credit? 10% of the labor hours have to come from registered apprenticeships. That means just as we're focused on deploying these clean energy technologies, we're also pulling a whole new generation of workers, diverse workers, into the clean energy workforce of the future. And by the way, this isn't just whatever wages. We will pay folks a prevailing wage. And if you don't do that, you don't get the full value of the tax credit. That's a really big deal. Because this isn't just the decisive decade where we figure out if we're going to meet climate where it's coming. This can be the decisive decade where we advance development and sustainability and fairness in our society here in the United States and everywhere in the world. In addition to focusing on prevailing wage and on apprenticeships and on our workers, we're also doing it the right way by focusing on the questions of justice. You know, there's a bunch of places in the United States, and I think folks can identify, where public policy has actively been a source of harm and hurt. For decades, we built transportation infrastructure using public dollars that split communities in half based on race. Now, through the legislation we've enacted, not only are we building more sustainable transportation, we are reconnecting those communities. That's the work of repair that we need to do. In the U.S., and I'm sure this is a phenomenon you see around the world, places that were historically redlined, you may have heard of this practice, dark part of our history, where we decided where you would live based on the color of your skin. The places that were redlined are literally hotter today because there's more pavement and there's fewer trees. Under President Biden's leadership, we are investing in planting trees in those communities to do the hard work of repair. And across the board, in all of our investments, and Candace Valsing, who you'll hear from, was one of our lead negotiators with Congress as we worked through the infrastructure law and through the Inflation Reduction Act to make sure that Justice 40, a commitment by the President, that 40% of the benefits from these historic investments would accrue to disadvantaged communities. That's in our legislation. That's now in our tax code. I don't know how many people read through your tax code, but they don't read through the tax code that much in the United States. I do. Guilty. And this is something that's brand new, historic. So we've got to focus on workers. We've got to focus on justice. And by the way, we're in a moment in the world where we have a focus on security. Supply chains are front of mind, and if in this moment we can't recognize the value of investing in durable and local and circular supply chains, I don't know what's going to open our eyes. Now, federal dollars, federal investments, public investment, whether it's in research or in deployment, whether it's investment in training workers or lifting up communities, that's not going to be enough. We're going to need the private sector and the philanthropic sector, state and local governments to surge in at this moment We need to be partners in this fight. So this goes back to that challenge of the decisive decade. That's not just a challenge for people who work in government. It's a challenge for everyone in our society, whether you're in the capital stack, debt, equity, institutional investor, deal maker, whether you're in the boardroom thinking through questions of governance. This is your moment of truth. History will judge you by whether you took bold action now. So the last thing I want to say, we talked about why we invest in this moment. Because the science tells us, but because we can see it with our eyes. It's ravaging our communities. But the opportunity is also real. We talked about why we can't afford not to invest. Because the costs keep racking up, and there are trillions on the horizon if we don't act now. We talked about the investments we're making in the United States, not just the how much, but the how. By focusing on workers, by focusing on communities, by focusing on questions of justice. But the last thing I'll say is, this is our moment to invest in hope. We're in Egypt. Alif, Mim, La, Amal. Amal dunya, Amal saniya, Amal. But however you spell the word in your jurisdiction, hope is a real thing. And let me connect that back to dollars and cents, because some of you are probably thinking, what is this guy talking about? Hope. We're talking about trillions of dollars. Why is he talking about hope? Well, in the United States, a few weeks ago, on the front page of a newspaper in a small town in New Mexico, in not the richest part of the country, there's a story about the Navajo Nation. It's one of our largest indigenous communities, taking its first shipment of electric school buses. Small thing. But for a moment, think about the kid who gets on that school bus. It starts to run again. It's quiet. There's no sound. They know there's something different. They're not breathing in the particulate matter and the toxic into their lungs. They know there's something different. And the big thing they know that they're going to carry into the school that day is that their country believes in them, that their country prioritized them, that when it came to the biggest crisis that we'd ever faced as a globe, we paid attention to making a visible difference in the places so often left behind. That kid knows there's a place for them in their community, in their country, in this world, as we face on precarious odds and tremendous challenges. When we think about the investment agenda, it's important to think about urgency. It's important to think about the cash flows and the capital formation. It's important to think about the regulatory and tax mechanisms that will support dollars moving in the right direction. It's important to think about the technologies and bending the cost curves, to think about what we'll do in our countries and what we'll do through multilateral development organizations. It's important to think about all of that. But it's also important to think about that kid. I know you've got one that you can think about back in your jurisdiction. We got to hold fast to this concept that we're not just investing in taking on the climate crisis. We're investing in giving people hope. Alif, Mim, La, however you spell it in your jurisdiction, it's a real thing. And it's something we've got to invest in seriously, urgently, and right now. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Please welcome to the stage for a fireside chat Our moderator, U.S. Department of State Office of Foreign Assistance Director, Dr. Daphna H. Rand. And our panelist, U.S. Department of the Treasury Climate Counselor, John Morton. And U.S. Office of Management and Budget Associate Director for Climate, Energy, Environment, and Science, Candice Velsing.
Thank you so much, Ali. Thanks for those great, inspiring words. And I'm so thrilled to be here. My name is Daphna Rand, and I have the honor to manage our foreign assistance in the Office of Foreign Assistance. Since January 21st, 2021, my job has really been pretty singular and pretty focused, and that is how do we get more climate finance, more climatization into America's very robust and generous foreign assistance package. I have worked on this goal across state, across USAID, and with colleagues in Treasury and across the interagency. It has been a critical priority, and I am so honored to be here at COP with my colleagues to talk about what we're doing. Just to give you a snapshot of our foreign assistance, it is appropriated by Congress, who has the powers of the purse strings in Washington, and has very strong and particular views on where to spend this money and who and on what. And so our job at state and USAID is to take these congressional directives and really elevate our priorities. The accounts at state and USAID cover everything from global health to security assistance to economic growth. And here, under Secretary Spec Kerry and President Biden's leadership, we have driven hard to refocus on adaptation projects, to refocus on mitigation projects, to refocus on renewable energy and just transition projects all around the globe. So we are pleased with how much Congress has appropriated in 22, and we're looking towards the future to continue this investment as a growth industry in our foreign assistance. In addition to state and USAID, we are joined by MCC, the Millennium Challenge Corporation, and the Development Finance Corporation, DFC, other critical tools that we're using to amplify and augment our investments across the foreign assistance architecture around the world and in encouraging public-private partnerships. Today, I am joined by two colleagues who are working on both the domestic and international side, who are here to talk about everything that the Biden administration is doing to really lean in and augment this priority and do as much as we can. So I'm so pleased to have John Morton, who is our senior advisor at the U.S. Department of Treasury, and to have Candice Velsing. And I'm going to ask each of them some tough questions and ask them to answer in turn. So John, we'd love to know your thoughts. How will the Inflation Reduction Act drive private investment in the U.S. transition to a clean energy economy? What does this investment mean for the global community? How can folks appreciate it or connect it to their lives?
Thanks very much, Daphna. It's a pleasure to be here, and thanks to the U.S. Center for hosting this conversation today. My name is John Morton. I'm the Climate Counselor to Secretary Yellen at the U.S. Treasury. And you might be asking, what does Treasury have to do with international climate or climate in general? And I'll tell you briefly what we do on the domestic front here, and then in the international front in a moment later in this discussion. On the domestic front, we are very focused right now on the question that Daphna just asked, which is the Inflation Reduction Act. As you all know, and I'm sure as you just heard from Ali Zaidi, this is an absolutely historic piece of legislation that is going to and is already beginning to drive historic amounts of investment into the U.S. Economy, into technologies and industries that we believe, and many of you, I think, agree with this, will be the industries of the future. And this is a historic amount of capital that is going to be deployed via the U.S. tax code, and therefore that's where Treasury comes into the equation. Treasury, of course, oversees the IRS, our tax service. And so our job is now to write the regulations and the rules that guide how those funds will be allocated and spent and invested over the decade ahead. One of the key points of the Inflation Reduction Act, of course, is that it's not a short-term piece of legislation. It's a long-term, decadal piece of legislation that provides investor certainty and clarity about the direction of travel that the U.S. government is committed to over the long run. And the incentives in that tax code cover a broad swath of economic sectors, of supply chain issues, and are really going to be, we believe, transformative for not just the U.S. economy, but the international economy. And that gets to Daphne's second point. The cost reductions that we seek to enable and drive via the incentives in the Inflation Reduction Act are going to revolutionize the costs of technologies that will benefit the global economy. In the same way that we've seen cost curves plummet in solar and wind and batteries over the last 10 years, we're going to see and help be responsible with this piece of legislation for historic decreases in the next generation of technologies that are absolutely essential to achieve global net zero, our shared global net zero goals. Of course, the U.S. has put a goal out of being 50 to 52% reduction in our national emissions by 2030. And this single piece of legislation gets us almost 2/3 of the way there. And coupled with actions that states and other executive actions that we're taking at the national level, we're very confident that this piece of legislation will get us to that goal that President Biden set when he came into office. So the work that we're doing at Treasury now on literally writing the DNA, if you will, of the tax code is absolutely essential to how those funds will be allocated, spent, and invested over the next 10 years. And we're in an active process now of taking stakeholder input and shareholder input from across economic sectors to ensure that we're writing that tax code in the most effective and most impactful way from a climate perspective.
Great. Thanks so much, John. Now let's go back to the international, because that's something that our offices work together on a lot. And folks in this audience really do want to know how Treasury can support scaling up of public and private international climate finance flows. We've been asked across COP about how to increase these flows, and we're curious what Treasury can do in line with the Paris Agreement. How can we get these flows to increase?
So thank you. On the international side, Treasury, of course, is most notably the voice and the vote of the U.S. government in the multilateral development banks. So when the U.S. Votes or points the MDBs in a direction, it is the Treasury voice and vote on that board that is steering that process. So think of the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, the Green Climate Fund, the Climate Investment Funds, the Global Environment Facility. All those institutions, as well as, of course, we have a board seat on the Development Finance Corporation, the U.S. government's DFI. And so our policy formulation process and vote in those institutions helps set the tone for where those institutions move. For those of you who have been tracking this space over the last several months, you will have seen Secretary Yellen make a series of comments related to the MDBs and the additional ambition that she would like to see from the MDBs as it relates to climate finance. The additional focus that she has asked the MDBs to put on the question, in particular, of private capital mobilization. So how do we use each public dollar of government money to catalyze additional dollars of private investment? And that agenda is one that we are pushing along with our friends and colleagues on the boards of these institutions quite actively now. The last thing I'll say is that Secretary Yellen, during the bank fund meetings about a month ago, made a series of remarks and gave a speech about the reforms that she'd like to see from the World Bank. And I think from the World Bank and the other MDBs. And so I think over the next 6 months or so, you'll begin to see a set of very strategic and ongoing conversations within the U.S. government and other major stakeholders about the types of reforms we'd like those institutions to make in order to be even more impactful in driving climate impact across emerging markets around the world.
Thanks. And that reminds me, John, that across our foreign assistance, we're really trying in this administration to be as innovative and multilateral as possible, even among our traditional foreign assistance, non-Treasury. So in addition to GCF, we've invested unprecedented amounts in the Adaptation Fund and the Least Developing Country Fund and a number of other regional bodies, including in the AU funds. The president is on his way to Asia next week, and ASEAN itself, the regional organization, is investing in climate and early warning. So across all of our foreign policy, we are seeding foreign assistance in the multilateral and bilateral space. And of course, also working on the public-private partnerships, understanding how much the private sector will be needed for the climate finance flows. So I've never seen before in all my career at the State Department so many folks at State USAID really leaning in on the Treasury tools, really understanding how climate finance requires the whole of government. Thanks for that, John. And now we're going to turn over to Candace, who is an amazing leader of OMB, managing our climate, energy, and environment and science portfolio. In our Office of Management and Budget, you have had really important work. But first, you've had many challenges in this role. What is the core challenge to mobilizing climate investment to the communities that need it most? And what are the solutions that you and your office are pursuing?
Thanks, Daphne, and thank you, everyone. My name is Candace Balsing, and I'm from the Office of Management and Budget.
A little louder.
There we go. Candace Balsing from the Office of Management and Budget. So, great question. We have been working from day one to prioritize directing investments to the communities that need them most. We're mainly doing this through three ways. So first, as we all know, you can't make progress unless you measure something. So on the campaign, President Biden actually committed to direct 40% of the benefits of climate and clean energy investments towards disadvantaged communities. This was a major step forward in ensuring that the communities that really need the dollars that we're investing get them. And we are already putting this into progress. So across the federal government, there are 400 programs. That's a lot of programs at 16 different agencies that are already participating in this initiative, which is called Justice 40. And in addition to working across the federal family to activate hundreds of programs across the government, we are also doing direct investments. So the Inflation Reduction Act, which John mentioned and Ali mentioned earlier, we've actually worked with Congress to secure direct investments to disadvantaged communities. One highlight of this is $3 billion of grants to environmental justice communities, and it's going to make a tremendous impact. The second thing is, as many countries here experience, obviously there are issues with capacity and with capacity building and technical assistance. So we are working to meet people where they are and provide direct technical assistance to communities through targeted funding, but also through an organization that we started called the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Committee, which is a group of 25 experts from across the country who have really been working for decades in environmental justice communities to ensure that as we go about our work and as we figure out how to direct these benefits towards communities, that we are really doing it in line with what the community needs and what the community wants. The third way is through mapping. So if you don't know where the communities that are the most in need are, you really can't help them. So we've been working on this tool called the Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool to ensure that as those 400 programs across 16 agencies are figuring out where to put benefits from their dollars, that they are really going to the communities that need them most, and we're doing that through this mapping tool. So three ways: identifying the communities, ensuring they have the actual technical assistance and capacity building to get the dollars out, and then, of course, as I said in the beginning, we are making sure that we are, measuring and tracking our accountability so that we can ensure progress. But really, we wouldn't be at all where we are right now without the support of the environmental justice community and their decades of action. So I just want to thank them for the work that they're doing. Some of the members of the WEJAC, which is what I mentioned earlier, actually have started a pavilion here, the Climate Justice Pavilion, which I encourage you guys to mention. So again, just a tremendous amount of work, and it's all based on the work of the community groups that started this.
Thanks so much, Candace. And some of the projects that you're working on domestically are really, really important and really exciting. Can you speak a little bit to some of the work that OMB is now doing to make sure our own house is in order and that we're doing all that we can in the United States to reduce emissions here at home?
Absolutely. Out of curiosity, how many people know what OMB is? Raise your hand. Oh, wow. That's a good number. More than I expected. Across OMB, we're working to pull literally every lever of government to decrease greenhouse gas emissions. So one of the primary ways we're doing this is by helping decrease climate risk. Last year, for the first time, we did an assessment of how much climate change was impacting our taxpayers, and found that up to $2 trillion in revenue impacts could happen by the end of the century, if we don't don't take action. So that is a obviously massive impact on taxpayer dollars and a strong motivator for us to be working across to correct our balance sheets and to reduce the cost of climate change and decrease emissions. So that's thing one, is reducing climate risk. And you'll see more about that later this week and next week from some of our colleagues. The second thing we're doing at OMB is really supercharging the investments that Ali and John have talked about. So we are working actively across the federal family and with agencies to ensure that the dollars that we have are implemented well. For example, last week we worked with the Climate Policy Office to release a report which identifies the technologies that we think will need the most in order to achieve our 2050 goals. And so by doing that kind of strategic work across the federal family, we can really ensure that the dollars that we're investing are going to the technologies that will reduce the most greenhouse gas emissions. And the third thing is regulations. So when we first got into office, the president issued an executive order which would essentially revise about 100 different regulations or withdraw them so that we could ensure we were reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. So far, we've made tremendous progress. We've put in place the most stringent vehicle standards. We've issued the first regulations on HFCs, and we have a lot more work to do and a lot more to go. So we're really doing everything we can at OMB and across to work with our colleagues across the federal government to reduce emissions, and I'm excited to spend this week learning more so we can bring those types of innovative tools back home.
Great. So we're going to do a bonus round that my colleagues don't know about, but we're going to ask them to answer a question of what is the most creative, exciting, innovative project that they're working on. I'll give them a second to think of the answer, and I'll share a few of my own. As I mentioned, since the Biden-Harris administration came in, since Secretary Blinken and Administrator Power came into office a year and a half ago, we've really tried to revitalize our foreign assistance across the world and think, first of all, what's working. And here it's where data and evidence and learning has been key to our efforts. And we're so proud at State Department to be launching our learning agenda and to particularly focus on our climate work as climate diplomats and climate assistance experts, what interventions are really working. So that's just a little wonky, but very exciting that for the first time we're really measuring what our strategic impact is. But exciting projects that I want to share with you include our partnership with NOAA, many of whom are here today. NOAA is our weather agency that's part of the Department of Commerce. We are working for the Pacific Islands to bring a NOAA partnership to our Pacific Island partners to have a state-of-the-art early warning system and to work on meteorological forecasting that can help our Pacific Island colleagues to better understand what the weather flows mean for their own resilience and infrastructure. That is a cool project. I know our NOAA colleagues feel very excited. When the Pacific Island heads of state came to Washington and met with President Biden last year, they wanted to talk about it. They wanted to show weather maps. So that is a project that I'm really excited about.
Good question. I have one thing. I have an easy answer to that question, but I'm going to make an observation first. You know, it's interesting when you attend several COPs over the years, the question is always, what's the takeaway from this one? What's happening this year that's different from previous COPs? And it is interesting. This conversation highlights to me one of the differences, which is that you have an extraordinarily actively involved, increasingly, not just in the U.S., but across the world, Office of Management and Budget, Office of Treasury, that are engaged deeply in the question of climate change. You know, 10 years ago, these meetings were the realm and the domain of environment ministers and diplomats. They're increasingly the domain of private sector finance, treasuries, budget offices, et cetera, because we see both the threat to our national security and our economic well-being, but also the tremendous opportunity embedded in harnessing the economic activities related to the low-carbon transition. So it's just an observation. Again, I think the depth of finance ministry and budget internal attention to these questions is new and growing and absolutely critical for us attacking this problem. Getting to your question, Daphne, one of the things that many of you will have heard about and will likely hear about over the days ahead is this four-letter acronym called JETP, or Just Energy Transition Partnerships. And these are an exciting form of new partnership that the Treasury has been leading in partnership with the State Department in working with a core set of high-emitting, middle-income countries around the world, essentially to pool resources on one side, pool financial resources on one side, and on the other side to work with companies to expedite their power sector emissions commitments. And the notion here is quite simple. To help expedite the power sector transition in any country is a Herculean task. It's a Herculean task from a financial perspective. It's a Herculean task from a political will perspective, unlocking many of the political barriers that for years have held back and continue to hold back these transitions. And if any single country or if any single multilateral development bank comes to a large middle-income country and says, hey, we'd like to provide a couple $100 million to help jumpstart this transition, that's really not enough of a carrot. That's not enough of an incentive. But if we can work together, pooling the resources of 7, 8, 9, 10 countries, and bringing together the resources of 1, 2, or 3 multilateral development banks at the same time, you begin to unlock the will and the type of commitments that really are transformative. And so yesterday we were really pleased to participate with Secretary Kerry when President Ramaphosa from South Africa handed the investment plan over to the envoys from President Macron, Prime Minister Sunak, Chancellor Scholz, European Commissioner von der Leyen, and others to say, for the last year, with the support of the international community, we've been working on a specific plan to help kickstart and jumpstart South Africa's energy transition. We're also working with Vietnam, Indonesia, and India on similar efforts that we believe really do have the power to be transformative and to help kickstart those very essential energy transitions. So that's probably one of the things that I'm most focused on during this COP and leading into the G20 as well, which of course is hosted by our colleagues and friends from Indonesia.
Thanks, Daphne. So I'm going to take a different steer here. One of the most interesting things I think we've launched so far in the Biden administration is something called the Climate Smart Commodities Partnership. And it's a partnership, which I think Secretary Vilsack will be coming here to talk about later this week, where we're actually encouraging rural community farmers and ranchers across the United States to take action and sequester emissions in their own way, when we're also measuring and tracking it. And it's a very innovative policy. Initially, it was last year, and we got so much interest and so many applicants that after announcing an initial $1 billion of funding for it, we then almost tripled it, and this year announced additional funding. So it really just shows the interest across the United States in the agricultural community, the ranching community, and being part of the solution to climate change and to helping kickstart emission reductions in the ag sector.
This is going to be our last round, and another surprise question for my colleagues, which is, what are your final thoughts? What gives you hope? Rather than saying what keeps you up at night, of which many things keep us all up at night here at COP, I can imagine, let's turn it to the hopeful. What gives you hope, and what are your final thoughts? And I'll answer my own question and then give you time to think of your own answers. As part of my job as the Director of Foreign Assistance, one of my ambitions is to climatize other realms of U.S. foreign assistance. As I mentioned, the Congress appropriates a lot of the foreign aid and directs it to security assistance, to global health, especially after the pandemic. There's a huge emphasis on strengthening global health systems, to democracy programs, to education programs, to across the range around the world, right? And so one of the optimistic ways that we are working at the State Department and USAID right now is to make climate a component of all of that, to climatize even our security assistance portfolio, even our global health projects really have an opportunity to yield a climate outcome too. And so for me, the receptivity and the enthusiasm among our State Department, USAID, and other colleagues to do that, to look at their police training programs or military capacity programs and say, you know what, hey, that work with the Coast Guard in South America actually has a real climate objective, and we're going to work to strengthen the ways we train our partners in the other militaries. Or, you know what, our HIV and AIDS interventions really do have a general, can have a plastics component. And I'm going to look to see across sub-Saharan Africa how to reduce the plastics in our HIV AIDS program. That enthusiasm that the Biden team has brought across the interagency has been phenomenal and gives me great hope for our country, for the world, and for our joint futures.
You asked us to give the hopeful side because there's a lot in the climate discussion that is disheartening. And so I'll focus on the two things that give me the most hope probably now. The first is that if you look at the collective commitments that have been made by governments and by corporates around the world, we're on a pathway to around 1.8 degrees Celsius, which of course is above where we should be, but is not so far away from where we've collectively committed. So that's what governments and corporates have committed to today. So there's a question of accountability and how do we ensure that those commitments get held, and that's not a small question, that's a very big question, and that's what the focus of this COP in large part is on the implementation agenda. But we're not so far away if we can hold ourselves to account. The second thing that gives me hope is what I alluded to earlier, which is that for years, government policy on climate has been pushing against economic headwinds and resistance. And now it's increasingly at our back. And by that I mean that renewables has won the day. Last year, renewables accounted for over 80% of global installation, new global installation energy, electricity capacity globally. 82%. That debate is almost over. We just need to keep running hard. We now need to run the same play in key sectors across the economy, because the economic tailwinds and the environmental rationale has never been stronger, but now we have public budgets, we have political will, and we have economic realities behind us. And so that's what gives me the most hope. And when markets tip, they tend to tip relatively quickly. So we're almost at that inflection point, I think, where financial markets are going to tip in a very systemic and seismic way. And our job is to expedite that happening.
What gives me hope the most is building on what John said. You know, we have climate at our back. We have the wind at our back. We've spent the past 2 years in the Biden administration fighting very hard to secure large, massive legislative packages. Both, you know, we put forward the largest increase in annual appropriations for our budget on the climate side in history, $40 billion. We put forward the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law. We've secured them both, and we've made major impacts on our annual appropriations too, so our regular base funding. So I know this all sounds very wonky, but in terms of actually making investments that will drive innovation and deliver meaningful change to people, it's been very impactful. So just take one little program that we got in our budget that we proposed, the Tribal Energy Program, completely new, never there before. Now it was enacted last year, and it's already making change and reaching tribal communities across the country to help deploy clean energy. That's something that we started and we created, and there's so much more to come based on the investments that we got in the Inflation Reduction Act and bipartisan infrastructure law. We'll be able to supercharge that change and really make an impact in the industry, like John said, also with people on the ground.
Great. So thank you so much for answering the questions, both planned and unplanned. And thanks to you, too, for your incredible leadership in the Biden administration. Thanks so much to our audience, to Wading and to Ali for your wonderful keynote, inspiring address. We really look forward to working with all of you, and we're so thrilled to be here at COP representing the U.S. government and learning from all the rest of you, both from the public and private sector. Take care.
This concludes the U.S. Center opening event. Thank you for your attendance. Make sure to please visit the U.S. Center for other events and exhibits throughout the conference. You can see a list of our events on the website state.gov/COP27, or take a photo of any of the QR codes located around the U.S. Center. And make sure to follow us on Twitter at US_Center. Also come by daily to see our exhibits and to have casual conversations with a rotating group of climate experts every single day. Our next event is right here at the U.S. Center at 4 p.m. Please join us for an exciting event titled Innovative Instruments for Scaling Climate Adaptation Finance. Again, that next event is at 4 p.m. here at the U.S. Center.
Hey, test mic. Hey, test mic. Test mic. Is that here? Test mic. Test mic. Test. Test mic. Is that for two? Yeah. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Hey, test mic. Hey, test mic. One. Test mic. Hey, test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Hey, test mic. Test mic. Hey, test mic. Hey, test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Test mic. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey. Test mic. Hey, test mic. Test mic. Hey, test mic. Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, test mic. Hey, test mic. Test mic. Hey, test mic. Hey.
Hello, everyone. We're going to get started pretty quickly with our next event, so please take your seats.
Hey, that's good. Yes. Yes. Hey, it's Mike. Hey, it's Mike. You sit here. That's good. No problem. Yeah. Try it. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the U.S. Center. We're going to get started on our event, Finance for Adaptation Solutions and Technologies Roundtable, Innovative Instruments for Climate Adaptation Future. Finance, sorry. I'd like to introduce to our stage our moderator for this discussion, Jay Ko, the co-founder and managing director of the Lightsmith Group.
Thank you very much. I'll ask our panelists to all walk out here, and I'll introduce them as they come in. We have very pleased to have Dr. Daphna Rand, the Director of Foreign Assistance in the U.S. State Department. Global Managing Director of the Climate Policy Initiative, Dr. Barbara Buckner. The Program Director of Investor Practices at the Institutional Investors Group on Climate Change, Mahesh Roy. The Global Head of Sustainable Investment at BlackRock, Paul Bodnar. And the Chief Revenue Officer of Source Global, Rob Bartrup. Well, thank you all for joining us here at the U.S. Center at COP27. I'm really excited to be here. My name is Jay Ko. I'm a co-founder and managing director of the Lightsmith Group. and we are the first private investment and private equity fund focused on adaptation and climate resilience. And today's conversation is all about that topic, an important one here at the implementation COP here in Egypt, focusing on adaptation, investment, and climate resilience, not just the challenges and the risks that are posed by climate change, but the opportunities that could be created and are being executed right now by a range of different stakeholders and investments around adaptation and climate resilience. So I'll start with Dr. Rand and ask you, from your perspective, how important and how challenging is adaptation as a topic, and are there specific initiatives and actions that you're taking that you can talk about today that actually attack it? And I'll ask you to do that on a scale of 1 to 10 on how important it's 10 being the most important, just so we can kind of pull the panel here.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Jay. Thanks to the panelists and you for convening this. It's really exciting and timely. Before I get to the numeric scoring, let me just say that if you could take away one thing from this panel for me is how much the Biden administration is focusing on adaptation as a critical component of our foreign assistance, not just our climate foreign assistance, but our general foreign assistance across agriculture, food security, global health, and other sectors that we've worked on for 40 or 50 years. So that's my key point number one. We see climate adaptation at the intersection of everything we do. And in fact, in the past year, with Russia's aggression and war in Ukraine and the food insecurity that resulted, we saw that real systemic root causes of the food insecurity that was triggered by the war in Ukraine really came down to some of the climate inadaptation or non-resilience. So we've seen the results of the insecurity that ensues. I would just highlight that since the Biden administration came in, we have worked fast and furiously with our Congress to appropriate more and more foreign assistance for both the mitigation and the adaptation side, as well as the energy transition side around the world. We're very pleased with our support from Congress these past years, and we're hoping to work with the new Congress that is elected today. But unfortunately, of our foreign assistance, the adaptation part receives less than 7.5% of climate financing annually, meaning the climate financing is disproportionately in the non-adaptation space. And that makes a lot of sense. That's intuitive. But the truth is, given how systemically important the adaptation side is to everything else, to development goals, to all kinds of stability goals and security goals, we can't afford to have the private financing discussion be devoid of the adaptation goals. Later this week, you'll hear from the President and the Secretary of State and John Kerry about Prepare, which was an initiative that was launched at COP26. This week, we'll have more announcements of more funding to put more meat on the bones of Prepare. But what I would just urge all of you to consider is what are the creative ways that we can invest in climate finance on the adaptation side, particularly in the vulnerable communities where adaptation is stalling, really stalling all other development gains. And here there's a question of risk and financial risk, but it's worth it, and we need innovative, creative solutions to get around the impediments.
And on a scale of 1 to 10?
I would say 10. Why not? I'll start out with the bar high.
That's great. So climate is a really critical aspect of the foreign policy, and the climate impact is increasing fragility across a whole range of different areas is what it sounds like. Sorry. So we'll turn to speaking of the total climate finance flows. Barbara, CPI is one of the lead trackers of climate finance on the planet. The famous developers of the spaghetti diagram that actually talks about how much adaptation and mitigation and cross-cutting finance there is out there. Can you tell us what you think about the state of adaptation finance, how important it is, and what initiatives or opportunities you think are out there that you're pursuing at CPI?
Absolutely, and thank you so much for having me here. It's a real pleasure to be with this panel and to meet every one of you here. Yes, so very happy to hear that actually our figures are being used by someone, because the 7.5% is coming from our global landscape of climate finance, and we just updated our latest numbers and published that a couple of weeks ago, and saw that global climate finance, which is both mitigation and adaptation, in the latest years where we have full figures available, which is 2019-2020, is around 650 billion per year. So that is where we are at the moment. We've looked actually also backwards on 10 years of tracking that we've now done, and we've seen that there has been a very huge increase over these 10 years, and I think that's obviously positive news. But we also know that if we want to get to the 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway, we need to at least get to a 7 times increase of overarching climate finance flows, within that, I think we have made some very good progress on, and you can see that on the slide here actually. We are nowhere near, unfortunately, and you can actually not see where we are today. So this is like down there, this is where we are. Like up there is where we need to go. But again, I think I am an optimist. I'm a glass half full person. This is why I'm here and have been working on this since many, many years. I think there is some good news in the adaptation finance. We have seen in our latest figures that adaptation finance actually doubled from the previous 2 years period. We're now at roughly a little bit less than 50 billion. And that is, and Jay, you know that very well from when we started, I think this is a huge increase. Obviously, not enough. We need to increase scale. We need to increase the pace and the speed of getting there. And I think particularly we need to turn the narrative into an opportunity for business, for the private sector as well. Most of the finance that we've seen at the moment that we are able to track come from the public sector, is channeled by public financial institutions. But we do know that there is more out there, and I think we know that there's obviously some barriers, and probably we'll talk about that. But we also know that there is a huge opportunity. We do know that the benefits actually very often outweigh the costs, and there's some figures also by the Global Commission on Adaptation that shows that you actually get a 4 times return on investments of early warning systems, on resilient infrastructure, compared to the avoided cost and the additional environmental and human benefits that you have. So this is a real opportunity, and I think I'm very happy that there's just much more attention to this now. So back to you.
That's great, Barbara. Thank you very much for those thoughts. And on a scale of 1 to 10, how important adaptation is in your?
15.
15, okay. Well, thinking outside the box, so Mahesh, again, challenges of adaptation, the opportunity set, and the perspective from the point of institutional investors and the initiatives that you're working on at IIGCC that really speak to how investors are thinking about adaptation, not just as a risk, but as an opportunity.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. So I guess out of 10, being the institutional investors group on climate change, it's 100 out of 10, I think, because I know that's what we think about. We do represent 360 members with 60 trillion in assets, so we can't speak for all of them, but for us at the group, it is certainly 100. And in working on that, I think it's over a number of years, a combination of a working group of about 20 institutional investors that we convene on adaptation and resilience. We launched a discussion paper on a climate resilience investment framework at New York Climate Week this year. This isn't just new work. It was actually some of the first work we did working with investors decades ago when Institutional Investors Group on Climate Change started. Over the past few years, mitigation or net zero has taken a bit more of a front seat in attention. And it's probably worth noting that in building a climate resilience investment framework, we're not slowing down that work on net zero. Mitigation is the best way to dampen the effects of climate change. So we just wanted to point that out. What's challenging about building a climate resilience investment framework is just understanding, I guess, the augmentation of existing risks. So a lot of what we're looking at is physical climate risk, and they're through traditional risk channels, but it's escalating at such a pace that actuarial models, credit models, etc., or the traditional finance models are somewhat broken. So we need to understand how these risks actually manifest. And then in working with investors, another challenge is linking the physical risk in assets, so the assets they hold that they invest in, and then their aggregation at portfolio level, to broader systemic risk. So not just looking at the assets themselves and their own adaptive capacity and their own resilience, but also the communities and the systems in which they're part of. What's promising, though, and I guess the opportunities, is that if we can combine the traditional risk management approaches to portfolio-level climate strategies, we can then use existing engagement and stewardship practices with real economy companies and ask for disclosures around risk management and adaptive capacity, which will mean that investors can actually find companies to invest in who will then use their own corporate balance sheets to invest in adaptation and resilience in their businesses and their communities. So whilst things like blended finance and certain funds committed to adaptation and resilience are really important in scaling, institutional investors invest across the broad spectrum of the real economy. And by engaging with companies and having them take adaptation and resilience more seriously to climate change, and to also disclose that information will mean that money will flow throughout the system, not just into specific projects. Talking about investing in projects, though, there is areas, there's obviously some low-hanging fruit that we're looking at. Infrastructure and energy are probably those areas where you can see resilience having a rate of return. I think quick wins, scaled up by the hundreds of millions, would be something like heat pumps, which replace traditional heating with the ability to heat and cool at a low-carbon basis, and have those buildings or those homes have cooling, which they didn't have before on a warming planet. Another example on the more systemic level is resilient energy systems. So a good example, and a fellow Australian on the panel as well, was a big battery built in South Australia. That was built because at an isolated grid, and when the one connection got knocked out due to cyclones in an area where there was never cyclones before, they built a big battery. That battery paid itself off in 1 year by building resilience in the grid when the next cyclone hit and the next set of bushfires hit. So investing in resilience does have a rate of return. It isn't just about risk management, and we're starting to look at those different opportunities and ways of unlocking that across the system. Thanks.
Thanks, Mahesh. It sounds like institutional investors are taking this now increasingly seriously. Adaptation, the framework that IIGCC has been talking about, both an approach to risk in the portfolio, but really also opportunities, a number of opportunities that are now being quantified in terms of rate of return and so on. Talking about institutional investors, Paul Bodnar over at BlackRock, how do you see adaptation from the point of view of the challenge and an opportunity, its importance, and are there examples that you can describe about how you guys are thinking about approaching the adaptation landscape?
Thank you, Jay, and thanks to the U.S. Center for hosting this panel. Hello, everybody. From the perspective of a global investor, we think about risk and return. And we have had to incorporate adaptation into both the risk and return sides of the equation. I think we all understand the risk side a little more naturally, right? Because in our case, for example, we are now equipping our investors with very granular information about place-specific adaptation risks that affect the value of the things they're investing in, right? Real estate is an easy one to think about. You can map likelihood of flood and fire risk for mortgage-backed securities portfolios. But this is not something we do as an environmental act. We just do it as a risk management act. And so adaptation is being integrated as a risk management tool, adaptation analytics as a risk management tool in the financial sector today. So that is now becoming part of good investment management on the risk side. On the opportunity side, it's very interesting that we still think of adaptation finance as something governments do, and it has to do with seawalls, and it's still a relatively unsophisticated, I think, understanding in the private sector about what adaptation finance really means. What we think it means is that people, households, companies, governments are taking steps and must take steps in the coming years and decades to become more resilient to a warming world. And it's going to cost money to do that for society, but the amount of money that it costs us to adapt to a warming world is not fixed. It depends on how much innovation happens, how fast we drive that innovation, technological business models, et cetera. And capital markets have a role to play in driving that innovation forward. We're not doing it at the moment. We're only talking about decarbonization as a business opportunity. And so if you think about the companies that produce water pumps or comfort cooling for middle-income countries, or engineering services for coastal defense, or wildfire data sets, these are all businesses. We want these businesses to exist. We want them to innovate. We want these services associated with effective adaptation to be offered faster, with more competition, with more innovation. And so we see a role for private capital to drive that forward. Again, not just thinking of it as co-financing a government infrastructure project, but as stimulating a market for climate resilience solutions, products and technologies and services.
Thanks, Paul. I'm going to force you to give me a number also, just to be sort of lockstep about it.
I mean, it is hard, given the systemic risks posed by climate change, it's hard not to see adaptation as a 10 out of 10 thing. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, Rob, you are an example of a company that has adaptation technologies. I think we need to flip back one slide here. At Source Global, you have a unique technology. I'd love you to describe that and also talk about how it relates to the adaptation context. And then one specific intervention that we're here today to talk about here in the U.S. Center, how we can announce here at COP27 that you're involved with, and how that's really bringing that technology not just in the commercial sector, but to some of the most vulnerable populations in the world. Rob?
Thanks, Jay, and thanks everyone for coming along today. My name's Robert Bartrop. I lead the business team at Source Global. We produce a product that makes clean drinking water out of sunlight and air, so completely decentralized off-grid drinking water. We use that with businesses and households to allow renewable drinking water in your home, saving money from plastic and saving carbon from trucking water in or extracting water from the ground. We also work with governments to extend service to people who can't access the urban systems. So when we look at 2.1 billion people globally who don't have access to clean drinking water, it is because they don't live in big cities. They're not suited to the Roman era thinking around how to deliver water to people. They are people on farms, they are people in islands, they are people that have to walk up and down hills, and they are people who don't have that access. One good example of that, and I think part of the theme here today, on the island side is the Pacific Islands. So the worst per capita drinking water statistics in the world in the Pacific. Among the most vulnerable to a changing climate as we look at rising sea levels, contamination of already very scarce drinking water with salt, so saline water problems, and unpredictable rainfall, meaning that those that rely on water to fall out of the sky are relying on that and actually moving away from their homes to try and deal with that. What our technology does, again, is by produces clean drinking water long term where they are. With the support of the State Department and Lightsmith Group, we have, I guess off the back of an announcement from the last COP and a TA facility, we've deployed our first 2 community projects in Papua New Guinea, the worst country from a drinking water access standpoint in the Pacific Islands, and one which has no urban solution given its very decentralized village-based population. We've installed 2 projects, broken ground on both this week, and that will be both completed before the end of this year. Very similar to the landscape you see behind you, mountainous rainforests where we produce water where people are. The current impacts of that are they're trucking water in, drinking large amounts of bottled water and high sugar drinks, and have extreme gender and health issues as a result of that. So the development in those communities is limited because girls are walking for water or walking for wood to boil water with instead of going to school, and they are drinking high sugar drinks, and their rates of obesity, heart disease, diabetes are significantly higher than what they are in the urban parts of the country. And so not only do we have the State Department to thank for pioneering this technology and allowing 2 different types of customers to drive revenue from these projects. One, a water utility, the national water utility in Papua New Guinea, and 2, a private sector solution, a women's community group who sells water and distributes water, so it creates jobs, creates revenue that sustain the operations of that infrastructure long term, and then have a model, $100 million scales that exact model, solving that exact problem in a financeable, sustainable way across more than 10% of the population of the country. So looking to catalyse some of the willingness to make injections to build better infrastructure and create better outcomes, create value instead of going to plastic or instead of going to time spent walking. That goes now to economic development, revenue creation and catalytic projects that change the course of those communities' trajectory. So thank you for the support to date, and look forward to any questions.
Still need a number from you, Rob, but I'll take that.
It's an absolute 10. I think one comment on that, with drinking water, there's certain things when a bad thing happens, certain things you can go without. Water is not one of those. So when your water gets contaminated, a flood comes, a drought comes, drinking water, short of oxygen is the thing that's most urgent. So the level of urgency at a specific human level is immense and is a good example of what happens if we don't build adaptive infrastructure.
Well, it's great to hear an example of how a commercially supported and invested technology, supported by blended finance through the Craft Fund, many different stakeholders in that, has been scaling up in about 40 or 50 countries around the world, but through grant support can be targeted immediately into vulnerable populations in small island developing states, low-income countries, facing challenges exacerbated by climate, to one of the most critical resources that we have, which is drinking water for everybody. So it's great to hear that. I think the panel has already told you that it's 10 or north, some other multiple of 10, as a priority, the adaptation challenge overall. So I'll go in reverse order and ask you each, if you have one thing to call to action to governments, investors, entrepreneurs, and communities, what is that one thing you would say about adaptation here in the U.S. Center today?
I think the one word I would use in the call to action is leadership. I think, Paul said it's evolved beyond building seawalls. I think not everyone knows what it's evolved to. And I would say in the drinking water field, the people who are on the front lines of this issue are the least resourced to innovate and make decisions. And so a lot of the communities we work with aren't even served by utilities. And if they were, it would be two guys and a dog trying to figure out how to extend service. So I would say the people in policy, the people in industry, and the people driving the solutions on the NGO side have to lead. We have to figure out, what the solution is, and we have to put our money where our mouth is and try and lead that in a way which is sustainable, so that can self-finance beyond that, but also in a way that's educational and allows people to experience it and understand how to do things which support this direction, because it's absolutely necessary.
I think that's great. To highlight leadership at the implementation COP is a really critical element there. Paul, your call to action?
Yeah, I would just underline that if think of all of the ingenuity, creativity, capital that we have started to bring to decarbonization. Think about how many people have devoted themselves to solving some particular part of some issue, right? Whether it's the hydrogen economy or direct air capture. I mean, there is so much creative energy in this building focused on the practical side of decarbonization. We've not scratched the surface of that yet when it comes to adaptation, right? And so when we try to estimate the cost of adaptation and look at those big numbers and feel intimidated by them, we're using assumptions about technologies that have not yet gone down the cost curve, haven't even been invented yet, because we've barely started trying. So I would say my call to action for all of us is to bring the same degree of focus, confidence, and ingenuity to adaptation that we've brought to decarbonization.
That's great. Mahesh, your call to action here?
Thanks. Yeah, I would just say that we need to work together. There's no tragedy of horizon when it comes to physical climate risk. It's already here. I walked past the Pakistan pavilion before, and it had the words, "What goes on in Pakistan won't stay in Pakistan," which is quite sobering. We need to, it's not even about acting fast, it's about acting now. And we probably need to collaborate better than we have on net zero, certainly within the circles that we operate in, whether that be finance, policy, corporates. We all need to work together now to come up with solutions and integrate the thinking around physical climate risk into investment decisions, and also thinking about the broader system in order to sort of best mitigate the second order effects that could, at its very worst, lead to a breakdown in societies or of all society at its very worst. If you don't mind, I'll shamelessly plug our event tomorrow, if that's all right. On that note, we have an implementation lab in the Lotus Room, bringing together investors, corporates, governments, local community leaders, Indigenous leaders, youth, to talk about how do we build a collaborative model to move forward to address physical climate risk. So 2:30 p.m. tomorrow, I think it's the Lotus Action Room 2. Please drop in if you're around. Thanks.
That's great. So we have leadership, focus, and teamwork or integration of this
collaboration.
Collaboration as really critical to moving forward the adaptation agenda. Barbara.
It's getting more and more difficult, but I'd say innovation, but not innovation in the sense that we need to reinvent the wheel. I think we just need to really think outside of the box. I think we need innovation in policies and regulations, just like really understanding how can we, set the right enabling environment, the right incentives. We need innovation collaboration. We really need to think about how can we go beyond the current silos of discussions of adaptation resilience between investors on the public side, on the private side, between philanthropists, between civil society, labor unions. This is about people, about, vulnerable communities. So how can we bring them together? So innovation and collaboration. But we also need the innovation in financing vehicles, in like approaches, and again, not necessarily reinventing the wheel, but learning from mitigation, learning from what has worked in the real economy. And so really thinking about, what can we do and how can we crowdsource just the good thinking and the good ideas that we know exist in this building, but in very many, areas and in very many sectors, to really kind of come up with approaches that ultimately allow us to increase the investment to the scale that we need in order to really address the risks that are out there and the impacts that are out there. So I think innovation for me is like what we need across different parts. And maybe the last point just on innovation, I think it's also innovation in communication in language. How do we talk about that? What are the metrics we use? How can we make sure we integrate and mainstream that into day-to-day operations? So I think we just need to be a little bit thinking outside of the box.
That's great. Daphne.
Great. Well, I would say keeping an open mind and really rejecting assumptions. And I want to go back, Robert, to the example that you referred to, because it's worth zooming out to what that was. And it involved 3 out of the 6 of us on this panel. A year ago at COP, there was an announcement prepared to launch this vehicle for financing. And UJ and the Ladesmith Group had already created the craft before this announcement. So here we have Jay, who already had the craft, which was the first private sector investment fund for climate resilient solutions. And then you have us, the U.S. government, announcing that we are going to do much more in this space. And then you have Robert, which helped us provide the technical assistance to the Pacific Island countries. You talked about PNG, but here you have a classic adaptation problem, which is the assumption that you want to break here is that these kind of more vulnerable communities really far from the big financial sectors of the world can't have a financing vehicle that will have a return. And here, all these groups, the State Department, the U.S. government, Jay's group and Craft, and Robert's company broke the assumption that there was really something there, and through the technical assistance facility to help expand. And I'm finding in our adaptation work and foreign assistance, there's an assumption that this is the remit of the public sector, that this is where donors and NGOs and philanthropies have to work in the sector. But hundreds of millions, if not billions, of people in the communities that most affected by climate cannot. We will not solve the problem if it is just on us, the governments, or on foundations or NGOs. We cannot scale our work. The way we need to scale our work is understanding this collaboration. So if we, the State Department and USAID, can give small grants to build technical capacities in some of these countries to be able to receive the deal, to create the deal, then there's a bankable or commercial deal in these countries. And so understanding that partnership requires the communication, but also breaking the assumption that this is not possible. So I just urge you here, if you're an investor in a government or any of those stakeholder groups, to reimagine what is possible in these communities and what is necessary to achieve the adaptation solutions.
That's great. So we have focus. Well, we have leadership, focus, collaboration, innovation. I think breaking assumptions or reimagination of the problem. And if I could take the moderator's prerogative, I would add, I think, climate 2.0 thinking to all of this in terms of 2 things. One is speed. We don't have time to kind of wait to, try things out. We should start acting right now. But also, as Rob's example gives you, the kind of action we're taking is both mitigation and adaptation at the same time. We need a resilient net zero approach. If we're investing in net zero activities that aren't climate resilient, they'll be destroyed. You're seeing hydropower shortfalls driven by drought that's been exacerbated by climate change. And if our resilience and adaptation solutions aren't low carbon, they'll just be contributing to the problem. So thinking systemically about the future And acting now, I think, is a critical way that we can kind of move forward. We have a fair amount of time left, so I'd like to actually ask the audience if they have any questions. I have plenty for the panel, but are there any questions from the audience about this topic of adaptation investment?
And as we walk around for questions, I will hold the microphone and feel free to answer or ask your question into it.
G'day, thanks everyone. My name's Donovan Burton. I work with banks identifying risk. One thing I'm worried about is everyone's been looking at financed emissions. I think the next thing to worry about is finance exposure. And I'm seeing the finance sector still financing exposure because the discount rates that are applied and also the churn of, say, portfolios or mortgage portfolios might be only 7 or 8 years. What data do you need, and perhaps it goes to Robert, like what data do you need to improve your decision making about understanding what risks you face?
So it's a question about data and how that should be actually really informing both investment decisions. I would actually broaden it out to say policy decisions of other types as well, so that instead of just investing as if it's just 1 year forward duration, we're actually thinking about the longer term. And I think I know that Paul both commented on, but there's also a substantial amount of the data initiative driven by U.S. Policy. So maybe I'll ask Daphne to take that, and then Paul and then others on this panel that if you have perspectives. Obviously, the data that's being asked for at IIGCC as well for the framework might comment on that. But please go ahead.
Sure. On the foreign assistance side, across MCC, DFC, I didn't mention the Development Finance Corporation, which is our leading agency right now on some of the climate finance deals. At the State Department, especially, we are highly focused on data. We measure the impact of our foreign assistance all the time. So that data we already have. Now, in terms of the risk of an investment, well, the U.S. government sometimes doesn't have the luxury. We take risky investments all the time, right? We invest in foreign assistance in partner states around the world without regard to a risk assessment. We do it because it's right. And we have a deep humanitarianism driving a lot of our foreign assistance. So I would say in some ways, the public part, the government is, it's the easiest to take a risky investment. We do so in the PNG and the Pacific Islands. We have close partnerships with these governments and these countries. In fact, our Deputy Secretary of State just went to the Guadalcanal, the 70th anniversary of the Guadalcanal, and announced in front of all the Pacific Island states that her father had fought there on behalf of the freedom of the Pacific Islands 70 years ago. And now here we were investing in foreign assistance in these islands. So there's a deep tie on behalf of the U.S. government and other governments to countries around the world. So I would say, yes, we do have data, but the financial risk is not the leading indicator for us in our investments.
Paul, do you want to comment about how you're looking at investor risk and how that data is starting to inform investor decisions?
Yeah, I mean, we say climate risk is investment risk. So it's I think the data is getting better and better for folks to understand this, and we're using it, right? I think what happens, though, that's interesting is what you're saying about how are you trying to quantify maladaptive investments, and that's an interesting frontier. I hadn't heard the idea of financed emissions being applied to financed exposures, but I think one example of how far we have to go on this is that in the insurance industry, right? Like we're still building things in places we know they can't really stay, and so the private insurance markets respond to that by withdrawing insurance, but then sometimes local authorities or jurisdictions will say, hey, like in Florida or California, we're not going to take the hint from the private market that these things are uninsurable. We're going to try to defy the laws of financial gravity by creating a state-run insurance program that will collectively pool, the risk just for taxpayers. And I don't think that's working too well where it's been tried. And so like the silver lining there is, we're dealing with cold hard facts when it comes to data, actuarial data, and data about losses. Of course, we have incomplete data sets and incomplete granularity, but at the end of the day, these things come home to roost. And it is, in this sense, a more straightforward thing to price climate risk physically than it is to price transition risk, for example. Go ahead, Barbara.
Just to add, and we've talked about craft, and I think actually you should do a little introduction of craft as well, but we at CPI are managing an incubator, like an accelerator, which is a innovation lab for climate finance that Paul knows about very well, which is also supported by the State Department on a specific adaptation stream, actually. And I think one of the lessons that we have, as we have been focusing on, particularly over the last few years, and really helping to incubate new financial solutions that can unlock private investment for climate action, but particularly adaptation. At scale, we have seen that there is a lack of location-specific data for climate risk and vulnerability, and I think that has made it really difficult for us to come up with the right pilots and help the entrepreneurs like yours is a little different, but help other entrepreneurs in this case just to really be able to come up with concrete projects on the ground.
Yeah, so I'll just add that. So Lightsmith's CRAFT vehicle, the Climate Resilience and Adaptation Finance and Technology Transfer Facility, which is a very long acronym anywhere except for at COP, is designed actually as the first investment strategy in the private sector for adaptation and climate resilience, specific to invest in what we would call tools, which are technologies and solutions that on the one hand can help assess the increasing amounts of complex risk generated by climate change or exacerbated by climate change, and solutions that are out there right now that are existing commercial solutions that can be scaled up and deployed as quickly as possible in the developing countries. And one of the critical areas, to your point, that we've been focused on is actionable data. There's lots of data generated by academia and by the government. It's very critical to creating the foundation for how we're actually going to be driving by looking through the windshield as opposed to in the rearview mirror. That data needs to actually be incorporated in ways in the commercial modeling sector, whether for investors or for engineers or for farmers or for people managing a supply chain or owners of individual real estate or people that need water in their community or people that are really worried about their children's health care when you're having increasing wildfires that impact respiratory ailment in an era of COVID. So we're focused at Lightsmith and the Craft Fund on agricultural analytics. Where is drought going to happen? How do we increase yields? Supply chain analytics, where the supply chain is being impacted right now by a whole number of factors, but weather disruption. The Mississippi River is not passable right now. The Rhine River has been having issues. The Panama Canal is not fully operational. And if you light everything on fire, it's very hard to deliver food, medicine, or Amazon 2-day shipments through it. But also geospatial information, digital mapping, supported by lots of the government programs that are out there, research, academia, engagement. But even in the design of natural capital solutions by folks in the NGO community needs to have the same kind of baseline of actual data, not just look-back data, what happened in the last 10, 20, or 50 years, but look-forward data. What do we think is going to happen? How do we agree? How do we plan for that scenario? So instead of just reacting, we can be proactive about it. So I think that's really critical. When you look at solutions like Source Global, what we found in our analysis that led to the investment by Kraft in that company was over 90% of their deployments, unsurprisingly, are in water-stressed communities. And if you overlay those water-stressed communities with the projections of IPCC 6 or any other climate set of scenarios, you're seeing just an enormous growth in where water stress is going to occur. So if you see that as not just a map to vulnerability, but a map to opportunity to transform how that water is being supplied, to reduce the burden on women, to make it done in a way that's actually sustainable, has less impact on biodiversity, then I think that that data can actually lead us to a path that instead of just catching up every time after the natural disaster, we can actually try to get through it. But it's a fantastic question. Data is really critical out there. Are there other questions from the audience?
Hello, my name is Maria Peduto. I'm a student researcher at Indiana University. And I'm wondering specifically about the sort of traditional mold that you were talking about, of breaking, I guess I should say, the mold between Western climate institutions and climate financiers, as well as smallholder projects. How do you sort of accelerate that investment stream if they don't have the likes of Rob and other people that are actually acting as the sort of liaison, or don't have the capacity to, find and finance every single project that exists for climate adaptation and mitigation?
So I'll turn it to Rob, and then I'm going to ask Barbara to talk about innovative strategies that do this, that break the mold. So you're not doing one-off projects and instead are trying to take a more systemic approach to driving that innovation or driving action. Rob, do you want to comment on?
Just one comment from my experience, obviously, from one perspective, is that it helps when people are pushing, advocating from different angles. So I think the big thing that's changed from me in the last 3 or 4 years is the shareholder influence that people like BlackRock have said, via the CEO, hey, we want to see behaviours that are more consistent with the values that we have in our shareholders. And I think, in some ways governments have been the same, where issues like climate are now cutting across departments and they're looking at a whole of government strategy, a whole of government approach to an issue, not a segment or department-based strategy. And so I think what that's led to is the linking of new problems to existing tools we have. So expanding the use of a financial product to include that, or, in our case, we've plugged into a lot of things that the solar energy industry has developed. And even though we're doing water, we've been able to take advantage of the installation, the logistics, the financing mechanisms, the tax breaks. So trying to expand tools to solve new problems is always easier than having to build a new tool every time.
Maybe I'll ask Barbara to talk about innovation, and then I'll have a comment as well. I think it speaks to the example we just talked about. Barbara?
Okay. Yeah, no, just on innovation, I think, and again, I've been mentioning briefly this lab that we are running. We have another lab member down the back who is standing there from Willis Towers Watson, doing a lot of excellent work in the adaptation space. I think what we've learned in 8 years of the lab is that we've really tried to help pilot and demonstrate new approaches. So not using maybe using something that has worked, but like giving it the space to experiment and demonstrate what are the right financial approaches, what are the right allocations of different types of capital that together can really help and provide a more sustainable pathway for projects. And I think the one big lesson that we've learned from the lab is that actually you really gotta try to help bridge a very fragmented ecosystem. I think at the moment, particularly, there is lots of efforts. I think we've heard about, several ideas. There's lots of pilots there. Again, you've heard that the numbers for adaptation investments have doubled, which is fantastic over the few years. But I think what is missing at the moment is really somehow better coordinating across all the different initiatives and really thinking about how can you help build the capacity also on the ground of project developers, providing working capital to the project developers, and in this way really allowing them to come up with a longer-term strategy. So I hope I understood that.
Yeah, and I would just add to your question about how do we get from this artisanal farm to table, like one-off, very bespoke activity to scale. And that is, I think there is some breakthrough thinking where you should take a write once, print many times approach, where if we can find a pilot strategy that works. So the TA facility that we talked about is actually based on the design originally of another State Department technical assistance facility that Paul and I actually worked on during the Obama administration, called the Africa Clean Energy Finance Facility. So this is $20 and then $30 million of project preparation funding as part of the Power Africa strategy, where President Obama challenged the United States to double electrification of Africa. And that took $20 to $30 million to target project preparation. So not just general analysis about feasibility. Can you do solar in Africa? Question, probably yes. But also in this specific place, how do we get the environmental clearances? Can we design the tariff for this community that works? Can we actually get the engineering done here? And small amounts of that funding unlocked bankable large-scale projects. That $30 million of grant funding resulted, I think, in over $1 billion of deployed project finance so far. And so that exact structure is what the U.S. State Department and the Nordic Development Fund have launched alongside the CRAFT project, where we say, look, with this small amount of money, $500,000 to deploy pilots in 2 communities in Papua New Guinea, to bring that water technology almost backwards in time from what would be something that would eventually get to those islands here today. Why don't we prove out a pay-as-you-go water model? And then once we prove that out, and here's where I think the innovation really is, if you can prove the innovation works at some scale, then let's immediately scale it, right? So if you have a $4 million TA facility, what could you do with $100 million? What could you do with $1 billion if you applied the same set of principles to remove those coefficients of frictions to create the bankable projects that everyone here is looking for, to actually prove the business case and then deploy it as quickly as you can, because the most scarce resource we have at this COP is time. It's time. We don't have any time left. So I think we're very proud at Lightsmith to be working with the State Department and the Nordic Development Fund and CRAFT and Source and other folks, because we think there's a chance to very quickly prove the case and then scale it. The CRAFT Fund, the first private investment fund for adaptation and climate resilience, is only $185 million.
compared to what is now targeted to be a $340 billion per year problem in emerging markets alone for adaptation by 2030, and we think it's potentially a lot larger than that. But if we can prove the case in each of these cases that you can make adaptation technology and solutions profitable, a return on capital, that you can actually bring it quickly to vulnerable communities faster, so it's relevant to the story that we're being faced with right now, then why don't we scale it? We see opportunity for adaptation investment, and you heard the prioritization from each of the stakeholders on this panel, the government level, in the academic and geo community and the institutional investor community and in companies, that this is a 10 or 10 plus out of 10 kind of problem and opportunity. So if we find ways to actually make it work, scale, scale, scale. We don't have any time left. As my dear friend Sean Kianni would say, tempo, tempo, tempo. Other questions from the audience? We still have some time left.
Thank you so much. My name is Haruhiko Matsuda. I'm developing 1 gigawatt of geothermal power plant in Japan. I guess my question is, I was hoping to understand, are there any organizations that's proactively working to hinder the progress of adaptation? Hindering. Because in my world, probably in the mitigation world, like even in geothermal power plants, the biggest resistance is coming from operators of coal power plants, making arguments that their operational life will be shortened significantly because of us. And that's something that I didn't know before, but now we watch out for. So I was hoping, different world, a different segment, I think, but in the adaptation world, are there anybody who's proactively doing this, like Paul was saying about real estate. Like if my question's too long. But if I own a significant amount of real estate in the area where if the information is revealed, the value will decrease significantly, I might consider proactively, I don't know, working against it. Maybe, I don't know.
So I'll turn that question maybe broadly to the panel and broaden it slightly to say, look, is there anyone? The question was, do you see anyone out there that's actively stopping the path of adaptation or climate resilience? And I think it's an interesting question. Maybe I'll broaden it and say, what's like the number one barrier that you see that's slowing or retarding the process of real adaptation investment or adaptation activity? And we'll leave it there as a sort of a broader. Is that okay? Okay. Paul, would you like to answer? Or anyone else? I mean, there's many things that have stopped adaptation from happening, and I'd just love to hear your thoughts on what barriers there are to adaptation action and investment.
The one observation I would have, it's maybe a little bit less cynical than the question implied, is a big part of this is also behaviour change. So people doing things differently is critical to adapt. And it's not just the finance and the infrastructure, it's the humans, right? So even in a really basic scenario, when you get clean water to a community, then the community will say surprising things like, oh, I like drinking Coca-Cola from the shop, or I like chatting to my friends in the morning when we go walking to fill up the buckets from the pipe. So there are very human things, like humans don't like change instinctively. So what I would say is one of the things we've observed is just how important it is to focus on the relationships and the behaviour change elements of any kind of intervention, because that usually dictates, and includes before the intervention is doing the right type of consultation and adapting the intervention around their practices and their preferences so they feel empowered and involved, not just prescribing it. But I think the same could be said for a real estate development or any other type of project, where it's the way that people will use it that will ultimately determine the success, and the respect and the involvement those people are given will most likely impact the way they use it. So that's the thing that if it's not done right will be unsuccessful from a project or behaviour change standpoint. If it's done well, which normally means finding really good local partners and really good cooperation with key stakeholders, then it scales really efficiently.
Barbara, you want to comment on barriers? Go ahead.
I would sort of echo that, but from a sort of a financial perspective, it's not just it's behaviour change, but it's also structural in the way that decisions are made and the way questions are asked, the way investors engage with their investee companies or the assets that they invest in. So going back to, I think, one of the first examples around, say mortgages or buildings, and if you're an investor and you're investing in a securitization of mortgages, commercial mortgages or residential mortgages, you're looking at sort of the risk there, or you might be looking at the overall credit risk of the people repaying the mortgage, but not many people are asking the question is, where are those properties situated? Or what's the likelihood they'll be around, in 5 years, or their value will decrease in 5 or 10 years? So it's just putting that question. And so if that's a very easy investment for someone that does fixed income, a portfolio manager at an investment house, but to actually get that portfolio manager to ask that new question can be really hard. So a lot of the work we're doing is about building up those facts, so we can actually make change within the organizations, not because those people are necessarily stubborn or against climate change or don't believe in it. It's just that their resistance to overall change, to what's been historically or up until very recently or still is a profitable investment, and just need to actually realize that they need to change very quickly on the questions they're asking. And the other side of that, or the good side of that, is that by doing that we get more data. And so you get the more that there's changes in behavior, the more information we get, the more there's sort of that feedback into the whole process. So I think it's really about quickly changing human behaviors, but also understanding. You can't just tell people to do things differently, whether it's young women walking up a hill to grab some water, or a portfolio manager needing to ask extra questions in their due diligence. There's human behavior that you need to change, so we need to sort of engage with them that way.
That's great. I mean, maybe I'll just comment, and to answer the question as I see it, the two things that I think are challenging are hindsight's always a lot easier than foresight, right? So if you think about the level of uncertainty that surrounds the world today, Daphne has already commented on the challenges with the conflicts we're seeing in Europe right now. We have inflation. We have issues with COVID still. We have all the impacts of climate change. And if you fast forward 10 years and we're sitting here at COP27, which is kind of a frightening thing to say out loud, and you look back and you said, okay, well, what do we have certainty that world will look like in 10 years? And I could tell you I have no idea what the inflation environment or the interest rate environment or consumer behavior or the war in Ukraine or a whole range of other things is going to look like. But I will tell you with a high degree of confidence that climate will have changed. And I think we all believe that here in some intellectual way, but in a visceral way, if you came back in a time machine from 10 years ago and told yourself what happened, you would say, I have a lot of certainty that climate has changed. And so taking that point of view and looking backwards from that position, what decisions do you make? What would you have chosen to do? And it's very hard to project forward to your future self, even though it's very easy to look backwards. And so I think that's one of the barriers that's there. And I really think that Dr. Rand's point, this how do you break through this kind of closed-minded thinking? We have to think in a dynamic, more systemic way about the net zero transition, but also about the resiliency transition. If we approach adaptation by building the seawall a foot higher every year and drilling the well a foot lower every year, we are never, ever, ever going to survive. That we'll be overwhelmed by the systemic impacts that are out there. We need to think about this in a systemic way. We need new instruments to do that. We need more collaboration, more innovation, more focus, more leadership. And we need everyone here to start thinking about the fact that that is an enormously certain outcome. That adaptation will be needed to be done 10 years ago. So if you have technology, that's a great market to shoot for. If you have innovation, that's a great opportunity to go for. If you want policy change, if you want to develop a better world for the communities that are all around, that are represented in this entire area, then thinking about what that future is like and building the steps together, that's the hard part. It's very easy to imagine the world stays the same and be surprised every time. We have about 5 minutes left. I'm going to actually turn it to each of the panelists and ask for just one quick 1 minute last thought for the audience here on adaptation. It's been a fantastic. I've learned a lot here and really want to hear your last thoughts on adaptation investment.
Sure. And maybe my last thought is my answer to your great question, because it really strikes me that compared to mitigation, this should be easy. There's really no big disagreement among the stakeholders politically. I work at the State Department, so politically is how I answered your question. Here at home in America, where I come from, Washington, we generally are having growing consensus in the Congress and in the administration regardless of political party, on the importance of adaptation. Now, there's some who disagree about how much, but it's less controversial than the mitigation. And same in the countries, we've talked about Papua New Guinea or the countries where we work, Sub-Saharan Africa or Latin America or the Pacific Islands. All the stakeholders politically agree on the importance of delivering adaptation solutions because it's good for their political viability. You can't stay in power if you don't talk about climate adaptation. So it strikes me that there's this irony that it's sort of the least politically controversial part of this COP discussion, and yet we've had the fewest or the least financing. And I should just echo, I think the reason is because the urgency is always going to prevail and the immediate. So if you're a government, you're always going to want to focus or fund on what's immediately in front of you. And this is a very long-term proposition, combating adaptation. You're not going to see results so quickly. So despite this coalescence and kind of consensus politically on the importance of this, we need more action despite the fact that results are a little immaterial and long-term.
Thanks so much. Well, I just want to come back to the overall point. I think, there is some reason to be optimistic. There has been progress over the last 10 years. Adaptation finance has been growing much more fast than mitigation finance, which overall still is lagging. But still, I think there has been progress. I think but it remains starkly underfunded. And so I think the one plea I want to make here is for innovation. And I'm going to make that plea for this lab that we're running. And I actually think I didn't fully hear your question before. I think the lab is really meant to come up with ideas and test ideas and help incubate ideas that then can be replicated and really can be taken from one geography to the other and really make sure that we can get to scale like that. So I think the one plea is we're having a new open call for ideas. We need many craft ideas or other ideas like the one that went through the lab, and I can see also other lab alumni in the audience here. So if you're interested, if you have ideas, if you have solutions, and you don't yet know how to get them developed, if you need the technical assistance, then just let us know, and we are certainly going to do what we can to really come up with more and get them to scale ultimately.
I'll try and be quick. Just talk to us. Institutional investors are generally the stewards of your money. I mentioned that we've got the lab tomorrow at 2:30. We have a consultation out at gcc.org. You'll find our climate resilience investment framework discussion paper. Institutional investors want to hear from their beneficiaries, the people whose money they're stewards of. And if you tell them that this is important, tell them that they need to be doing this, they will act. So do engage. Thanks.
Sure. So from the perspective of private finance for adaptation, my message is this. We can do this. Okay? We can do this. We know how to push technologies down cost curves. We are investing in this area already. We're an investor in Source Global. We're investing in the largest battery in the world, in Australia. This is happening today. We just need to catch up our toolkit and language with all the things we've done on decarbonization and apply the same degree of creativity, as I said earlier, to this challenge. Of course, there are thorny problems. Of course, we have to figure out how to allocate cost. Of course, we have to understand that there are certain kinds of adaptation that may no longer be possible. But there is a lot we can do here, and we just need to catch up and do it.
I guess I'd echo the comments from Barbara and Paul on optimism. I think often, when we talk about resilience, it's a defensive thing. What's going to happen in our hour of need? I view adaptation as more of an opportunity. So how can we actually build something that works better than it did before? How can we create jobs for people who couldn't have a job in that way before? How can we allow people to do things that they weren't able to do before because they were being limited or constrained? So I think the opportunities involved in adaptation are the really inspiring part, and that's my ultimate kind of call to action is take this idea and turn it into an opportunity and go and do something impactful with it.
I really want to thank all of our expert panelists here in the audience and the audience online that have been extremely engaged in this rich conversation. I think you've heard here that it's more than 10 out of 10 in terms of the importance level, but if we have a real focus and leadership, if we have innovation and collaboration, if we think outside of the box or break the kind of mindset that we're in, if we have a systemic approach to this, then I completely agree with Rob at Source, and maybe that's because companies like Source are driving that technology. The main message is adaptation is opportunity.
Adaptation is opportunity, and we should seize that opportunity. So thank you again. Thank you very much for all your attention, and thanks to the U.S. Center for hosting us.
Thank you. Thank you all for attending the U.S. Center in this event. Thank you again to the audience and for our panel. This ends the first day of events here at the U.S. Center, but we have a busy schedule for the next 2 weeks here at COP27. Make sure you go to state.gov/COP27 for the schedule, or take a photo of the QR code located around the U.S. Center. Tomorrow we have a busy day discussing things like the private sector investment into global clean energy infrastructure, or financing a green future. Also, don't forget, we have 2 exhibit spaces here at the U.S. Center. Make sure you go check out those, both the Meta Immersive Learning Experience, as well as an art exhibit from the Yan Network and Peace Boat, as well as the First Movers Coalition. We have our first 2 NASA Hyperwall presentations tomorrow, as well as our first Climate Conversations event at 3:30 over at the High Top Tables, where you can have a casual conversation with 2 climate finance experts. Thank you again for coming to the U.S. Center.